upper before I make you suffer. That's when you had enough. Can I get hot when you hit the jackpot? Surely I can if you the man. I get loose and produce large amounts of juice. Can you get used to that, or do you need a boost of energy to enter me and get it on? You're getting warm, I can feel you getting closer. Now baby, down this mimosa. You better believe it's time to give a toast to the woman of the decade. Too bad to be played. Get vexed and I'm bound to throw shade all over your body. Whose body? Your body. I can rock a party like nobody. Leaving time and take home the loot. Choosy about who I let knock my boot. Now let me take sight till you're loving the light. Life ain't all that unless you're doing it right. Come on.
Keep on, keep on. Cause you came and you changed the world. Your love's so real. Keep keeping on. Doing it right.
Beware of the stare when I step into peace. I come in peace, but I got shit that need to be released. Now who from the chosen shall I choose? Yeah, now you wish you was in his shoes. I found me a new nigga this year that knows how to handle this here. Now I look forward to going home at night. Brother does me right under the candlelight. Wax upon my back, can I handle all of that? Yes I can I? Why not? If I wanna, yes I can I? More honey than a bumblebee hive, pulling 69 ways out my archive. Sweet like licorice, sugar from my booger, juicy like high C or an IC. I got the shit to make your ass write a bad check. Cause like I said, I ain't afraid of the sweat. Beat on my drum if you feel the need to, as I proceed to open up and feed you. I got a longing to put you where you wanna be. Been out here and I get rid of all company.
Keep on, keep on. Cause you came and you changed the world. Your love's so brand so keep on. Doing it right.
Many have tried strict regulations. Lazy motherfuckers get put on probation. Those that didn't perform well, they gets no answer when they ring a my bell. You're playing with my time, trying to jerk me, hurt me, then desert me. You better work me while you got the opportunity to be in the midst of the LYTE. Only the strong survive, only the wise excel. Once said by my born in hell. Only the lonely die slowly. Left all alone, try to control me. Easy does it, never ask how was it. Never speak my info of my sheets in the street. Cause that ain't cool, and that ain't cute to talk about who knocked the boot on the video shoot. But it's all good though, you gotta get it when you want it. Sight your prey, make you move and hop up on it. It's natural, never be ashamed. Fuck the fame, get the name and kick the game.
Keep on, keep on. Cause you came and you changed the world. Your love's so real. Keep on, keeping on. Doing it right. You're loving me right, baby. Keep on, yeah. Cause you came and you changed the world. Your love's so real. baby. Bet your love can make it better. So what about the plastic bag, lady? Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. My baby bag, mama's, yeah. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. All of my book bag, lady. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Zip line bag, lady. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. What about my 50 bag, lady? Let it go, let it go.
Alright. Peace and Black Power, family. It's your boy Psychopath and your girl Renee. Black at you. Now I mean, with another RBG pill show. What's really hood out there, family? Now I mean, we got some stuff we want to get into, but before we do, let me get some ones out there. Let's make sure y'all can hear us clearly. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Let me see. Shout out to Rozzy, was good. Shout out to Virtuous Woman. Shout out to you. Appreciate that comment. Pookie was good. What's going on with you? Stephanie. G24Ds was good. Take what's going on. Who else came up in here? Who else? To Chew was going on. Shout out to everybody else out there might be listening. Slide through. Rod B was good. Know what I mean? Like, sit back, get comfortable. We about to take y'all on a ride. But before we do, what's going on with you tonight, Renee? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. You know, ready to get this show in. You know, we've been waiting to do this for about a week.
Yes.
This show got pushed back for like a week. So, yeah, so we ready to get this show in.
Definitely. And peace, y'all. Peace to the chat. Love you guys. So, yeah. We're going to get it in.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Shatera, what's going on? Brandon, what up? Grobman was good. And anybody else come? Back to Love, what's going on with you? And yeah, you know, family, I've been asked questions about this many times because I'm so adamant against certain narratives that's been pushed onto us that we have been indoctrinated with, mainly by white liberals. You know, I am not a Republican. I am not conservative, quote unquote. I might have some conservative views, but I am not no motherfucking Republican. I have never voted Republican. Fuck the Republican Party. Let me put that disclaimer out there before the weirdos start they fuck shit. But I have a huge problem with this leftist agenda because this is the agenda that most black people subscribe to. Most black people do not subscribe to white-wing politics. Now we have a segment that's growing that does subscribe to this, but the exit polls will show you that by and large, black people still subscribe to this liberal mindset, right? This intersectionality, right? And within intersectionality, I've done streams breaking down this whole concept of being inclusive to any and everything that, seems to pop up with a plight that they claim to have, some kind of grievance. All of a sudden that becomes our burden to carry, right? This is the mindset that's been pushed on the black people. We need allies. We got to help everybody else. And then nobody turns around and helps us. Right? Like this the trick bag that we got hit with. Right? And one of the main ways they was able to get this shit off was through no other than, yep, you already know what the title is, feminism. Now, mind you, this is not the only way that intersectionality creeped into our community, but this is a huge factor within this whole mindset that we cannot dismiss or get away from. Now, it's funny because when I hear about feminism and I tell people I got issues with the whole concept of feminism, and before I even really get a chance to break down what my issues is, they immediately start hitting me with anti-manosphere talking points, silly ass statistics, and that don't amount to shit that I'm talking about, dating stats and all this old marriage, all this other silly ass shit that ain't got nothing to do with what the fuck I'm talking about. They start talking to me about the suffrage movement and everything else, which immediately fucks me up. And then I understand, once people start bringing up the suffrage movement to me and all this other shit, I realize who I'm talking to. I'm talking to a parrot. I'm talking to a fucking parrot that's just regurgitating dumb, silly nonsense. Because what women were fighting for during the suffrage movement has nothing to do with today's modern feminism at all. Because for those that don't know, feminism came in waves. There are different waves of feminism. We are currently in the 4th wave of feminism, soon to be in the 5th. Some would argue the 5th already started. Right? But feminism, you can date it back as early as what, the 19th century, pretty much. Again, with the suffrage movement, where women were fighting for same opportunities and same opportunities as men, mainly the right to vote, was what the suffrage movement was all about. The first women's rights convention happened in Seneca Falls in 1848, where the Declaration was drafted and signed. It called for the equal rights and the right to vote. Right? But it took until 1920. It took all the way to 1920 for a white woman to get the right to vote under the 19th Amendment. Right? Now this is the first wave of feminism. Now, the first wave of feminism was much needed, right? I have no issues with women having the right to vote. I feel like they absolutely need the right to vote. Right? So, no issues here with me. And I don't think most men have an issue, well, outside some extremist men's rights activists, or some pseudo men's rights activists, because those motherfuckers pseudo too. Don't get me started on you pseudo motherfuckers. I'll get to that later. But besides some of those motherfuckers, most motherfuckers don't have an issue with women voting. Right? The vast majority of men in general, of any race, don't have an issue with this. Right? I always hold the position that the first and second wave, well, parts of the second wave of feminism was needed. And we're going to get into that right now. Because right now, let's talk about the second wave of feminism. And this right here is very important. I'm about to throw it in Renee in a second. But before I do, this right here is very important. The second wave of feminism. Why is the second wave of feminism very important within this conversation? Because the second wave of feminism is when feminism started to creep into the black community. Right? This is when the white feminists started recruiting the sisters. Right? Because the second wave of feminism came in the 60s. Right? And mostly those Beckys was fighting for, reproductive rights and rights in the workplace. Right? That was the main thing they was fighting for. Now, your opinions on reproductive rights, that's subjective. Right? But I'm pretty sure most people don't have an issue with the workplace laws. I don't, me personally. I'm okay with that, right? That aspect of the second wave, right? They worked for the Equal Rights Amendment, which would assure rights to all, regardless of sex, in 1972. Now again, the whole reproductive abortion shit and everything else, we'll get into that later. But that would be the questionable thing was with some people, with as far as what the second wave was fighting for. Now, we're going to keep a pause right here on this second wave, because I don't want to get too far off from there. Because the third wave don't start till the 90s. We'll get there in a minute. Let's stay on this second wave. And I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic to Renee and let Renee get in right quick.
Yeah, no, you was on point. You were definitely flowing. So we got some clips and things that we're going to play for you as well. And then I want to read a little bit.
To read the article. Yeah, the article.
Yeah, I want to read a little bit about specifically Black feminism. And so I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of information from Wikipedia. Okay. And we'll get into that a little bit. And it's a lot of information on this, but I'm just gonna break down some kind of crucial segments of it, and then we'll go from there. All right. So if we're gonna get to the second wave, let's go ahead and get into that. So second wave feminism. The second wave feminist movement emerged in the 1960s, led by Betty Friedan. Some Black women felt alienated by the main planks of the mainstream branches of the second wave feminist movement, which largely advocated for women's rights to work outside the home and the expansion of reproductive rights. For example, earning the power to work outside the home was not seen as an accomplishment by Black women, since so many Black women had to work both inside and outside the home for generations due to poverty, as well as slavery. Let's not forget to mention that. Let's see. Additionally, as Angela Davis later wrote, while Afro-American women and white women were subjected to multiple unwilled pregnancies and had to clandestinely abort, Afro-American women were also suffering from compulsory sterilization programs that were not widely included in dialogue about reproductive justice. Facts on that part, but we'll get into her as well later. Some Black feminists who were active in the early second wave feminism included civil rights lawyer and author Florence Kennedy, Florence Kennedy, who co-authored one of the first books on abortion, 1971's Abortion Rap. Celestine Ware of New York's Stanton Anthony Brigade, and Patricia Robinson. These women tried to show the connections between racism and male dominance in society. Fighting against racism and sexism across the white-dominated second wave feminist movement and male-dominated Black power and Black arts movement. Black feminist groups of artists such as Where We At, Black Women Artists Inc. were formed in the early 1970s. The Where We At group was formed in 1971 by artists Vivian E. Brown and Faith Ringgold. During the summer of that year, the group organized the first exhibition in history of only Black women artists to show the viewing public that Black artists was not synonymous with Black male artists. In 1972, Where We At issued a list of demands to the Brooklyn Museum, protesting what it saw as the museum's ignoring of Brooklyn's Black women artists. The demands brought forth changes, and years later, in 2017, the museum's exhibit, We Wanted a Revolution, Black Radical Women, 1965 to 1985, celebrated the work of Black women artists who were part of the Black arts and Black power movement. During the 20th century, Black feminism evolved quite differently from mainstream feminism in the late 1900s. It was influenced by new writers such as Alice Walker, whose literary works spawned the term womanism, which emphasized a degree of oppression Black women faced when compared to white women, and for her encompassed the solidarity of humanity. So that's a little bit about second wave feminism from the Wikipedia article on Black feminism. And we'll get into breaking a little bit more of this down, but Psycho didn't want to get away from second wave feminism yet, so that's what I wanted to address. But let me just go back and read a couple more things before I pass it back to him. Just to give y'all the overview, Black feminism is a philosophy that centers on the idea that Black women are inherently valuable, that Black women's liberation is a necessity, not as an adjunct to somebody else's, but because our need as human persons for autonomy. Black feminist theory contends that Black women have an acute understanding of the negative impacts of feminism, racism, and class discrimination. Furthermore, race, gender, and class discrimination are all aspects of the same system of hierarchy, which Bell Hooks calls the imperialist, white, supremacist, capitalist patriarchy. Due to their interdependency, they combine to create something more than experiencing racism and sexism independently. The experience of being a Black woman, then, cannot be grasped in terms of being Black or of being a woman, but must ultimately, I don't know what that was, but okay, via intersectionality, a term coined by legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw in 1989. Intersectionality indicates that each identity, being Black and being female, should be considered both independently and for their interaction effect, in which intersecting identities deepen, reinforce one another, and potentially lead to aggravated forms of inequality. Let me read this last part. A Black feminist lens in the United States was first employed by Black women to make sense of how white supremacy and patriarchy interacted to inform the particular experiences of enslaved Black women. Black activists and intellectuals formed organizations such as the National Association of Colored Women and the National Council of Negro Women. Black feminism rose to prominence in the 1960s as the civil rights movement excluded women from leadership positions, and the mainstream feminist movement largely focused its agenda on issues that predominantly impacted middle-class white women. From the 1970s to the 1980s, Black feminists formed groups that addressed the role of Black women in Black nationalism, gay liberation, and second wave feminism. In the 1990s, the Anita Hill controversy brought Black feminism into the mainstream. Black feminist theories reached a wider audience in the 2010s as a result of social media advocacy. So I will pause it there. Okay, let me read this last little part. I'm sorry, y'all. Proponents of Black feminism argued that Black women are positioned within structures of power in fundamentally different ways than white women. In the early 21st century, the tag white feminist gained currency to criticize feminists who avoid issues of intersectionality. Critics of Black feminism argued that divisions along the lines of race or gender weaken the strength of the overall feminist and anti-racist movements. Among the notions that evolved out of the Black feminist movement are Alice Walker's Womanism and historical revisionism, with an increased focus on Black women. Bell Hooks, Kimberly Crenshaw, Angela Davis, and Patricia Hill Collins have emerged as leading academics on Black feminism, while Black celebrities have encouraged mainstream discussion of Black feminism. All right, so I just want to give y'all a little bit on that from the Wikipedia article to start breaking some of this down, and I will throw back to Saito.
Yeah, and there y'all go, right? Y'all heard some infamous names right there. You know, Bell Hooks and Alice Walker. You can't talk about Black feminism and not mention those two names. Well, you know, you can mention some others, but those two are, you know, front runners in pushing this ideology on our community, right? So, you know, like I was saying about the second wave in the 60s, you know, people like Bell Hooks and Alice Walker were around college age around that time, right? And this is where the Beckys would recruit the sisters, right? Because everybody wondered, well, how did the sisters get all involved in feminism back then when they was in the hood and they wasn't fucking with no Beckys and blah, 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 and there wasn't no Oprahs on TV, so they wasn't fucking with them. Yes, yeah. It's small parts, it's small portions, right? It started in the 60s and it started in college because Black women was going to college. And when they went to college, they would run into these Beckys pushing their gender politics. And what else was going on during this time? The civil rights movement. So how can these Beckys get these sisters on board with a movement that's solely based on gender when their focus is race? How can we get them to get off this race thing and convince them that everything isn't about race? The world revolves around gender, right? These Beckys is trying to figure out ways. Well, they found ways through college, through indoctrination, right? And this is how they started to target the sisters. Now, they all didn't jump on board. You know, they also started targeting a lot of the civil rights organizations and everything else, appealing to them, you know, donating to their cause to help, you know, get their loyalty, you know, like when we need you and we need you to vote our way, you know, pretty much buying their vote, right? For the most part, right? Talking this whole, you know, it's we all one plight, right? That's what they would say when the men was around. But when the sisters wasn't around, when the brothers wasn't around, it was just the sisters, they would whisper in the sisters' ears like, aren't you tired of being oppressed by these Black men? Aren't you tired of, ain't these Black men treating you bad? I see how these Black men treating you. You don't like that, do you? Like, they seem very misogynist. Do you know what misogynist means? Do you know what misogynist means? Girl, let me tell you about misogyny. Let me tell you about patriarchy. Let me tell you about matriarchy. And I got some statistics you need to look at. You know what I mean? These men, and then the Black man come walking back in the room. They like, oh yeah, girl, that's what I was saying. You know, these evil white men is oppressing everybody. They're oppressing him, you, me. It's them heterosexual white males that's doing all this stuff. It ain't me. I'm innocent. I'm here for the cause. That's what they say when the dudes is around, right? I know, Psycho just talking. That's just manosphere rhetoric. Oh boy, here we go. La 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 la. Psycho done joined the manosphere. Blah blah blah. You sound like the manosphere. I hear him now. Blah blah blah. Yeah, whatever, motherfuckers. Here we go. Let's get into this real quick.
I was attracted to the Panthers because they were speaking the language I needed to speak at that moment in time, as was Malcolm X, as was Stokely Carmichael, i.e. a radical language, not about turning the other cheek. If somebody wants to knock me about on the basis of the color of my skin, I am not going to turn the other cheek. I've never been a turn the other cheek kind of person. I've always, you want to slap me? I'll whoop you down.
We must continue to delve deeper into the philosophy of nonviolent resistance. That is something about this method that has power. It has morality with it because it gives us the opportunity to work to secure moral ends through moral means.
The nonviolent structure didn't appeal to us. We never denounced it. Doesn't mean other people shouldn't do it. It's just it doesn't appeal to us because it was how Stokely Carmichael put it. It depends on the white man having a conscience. You have to believe that there's a conscience in your oppressor for nonviolence to work.
Well, I think the country made a mistake when they killed Dr. King. It would have been far better if they'd killed Rap Brown or myself, because then they could say to black people that we're preaching guns, and he who preaches who lives by the sword will die by the sword. But they couldn't do that for Dr. King because he preached love, and there is no possible way for them to make an excuse of Dr. King's killing. So when they killed Dr. King, they just opened up the eyes of a lot of black people.
So if I put it in, I think I put it in. Now I took it out, I think.
In New York at this time, there is Panthers reunited. So Panthers from all over the world, from Australia, from the UK, from Israel, from India, have got together to remember our time back in the day.
People who, when they were young, were Panthers, were revolutionaries, were in this moment, who had the same dreams, had the similar understanding, and the energy that we could band together and we can change this. That's what's so exciting. Now we're grandparents.
People were scared of the Panthers. But what got less media attention was the welfare programs that the Panthers inspired. Like the Aboriginal medical services, the legal services, and the breakfast program for the kids. And that was run by the women.
Kathleen. Hi, Kathleen. How are you? Come on in my house. It's so beautiful to see you. Come on in.
That's you. Have your name on it. You're welcome.
You teach with
Akinelli?
Yeah, my chair.
I work at Georgia State. Where? In the School Institute of Public Health.
And it's like all the politics and the oppression of where we were as black women. Man, you know, like, we just tolerated so much in order to get the message out there. But it was so annoying to a point where we had to keep a silent code at times in order to get the general message out there for the general wider black community. We put up with a lot of shit. We endured a lot.
The women?
Yeah. Isabel Coe, who just passed away recently, and Lana Doolan. These are the women a bit older than me that I looked up to.
I think the women at that time didn't really want to get involved with feminism. It was only small little bits and pieces of women at that time. They were more so involved with the struggle or with the platform of the struggle, you might as well say.
When our Black Panther movement began in the mid-60s, it was similar in time. The women's liberation movement in the white community began, and they were assuming that our pattern was their pattern, that they have domination by powerful men, and that women have to be liberated in this little context for women liberated from men. Well, we didn't have that context. We saw what we needed to be liberated from was racism.
I'm suspicious of people who undermine the party on the gender issue. I'm highly suspicious. There wasn't the imperative of that moment in history to deal entirely with the gender issue. And we certainly weren't going to divide our movement on the basis of gender. That would have been ridiculous. We were already in a mass minority. Why would you divide your forces?
When you start moving, you know, getting out of the oppression that you've been under, and the men start wanting to assert themselves, you think you have to then hold back, step back, and let them go forward first, or what?
Well, I believe that a black woman's place is behind her man. I mean, most of the men now the black men wouldn't be where they are today if it wasn't for a black woman.
Blacks are going through violence every day of their lives, and you women just talk about liberating women, want to liberate yourselves, while there's the blacks are going through violence every day of their lives. And you just talk about women's liberation. You know, everyone has to liberate themselves. Blacks have to liberate themselves. We can't liberate you. And that's what we're trying to say to you. We can't afford a split at the moment. We can't liberate.
If the men were oppressing us, it's not like we didn't know that. It's not like that we wanted to be victims. We knew we were victims. We got our strength from each other. What, are we going to go to the police if they abuse us? They hurt us in any way? That's the symptomatic of racism. No, the black women were making the sacrifice. Our men were already demonised by the media. If we pointed the finger at one man, they would say it was all black men.
And there y'all go, family. And there y'all go. Y'all got to hear those Beckys for yourselves. Going up in black women's ears, talking about how they men is oppressing them and how they need to get on this gender shit and they need to leave that race shit the fuck alone. This was what the Beckys was trying to do with feminism from day one when they encountered those sisters in those colleges in the 60s. Because that clip you saw, that was 72. They was well trained in their indoctrination by then. You know, they had a lot of practice by 1972 how to try to draw in black women and how to try to get them out of not being race first and get on a fucking gender first nonsense. Y'all just saw for yourselves how the indoctrination happened. Huh? That's how it fucking happened. When I tell people things, I'm telling people things out what the fuck I know, not what I'm guessing, not what some other YouTubers are saying and all this other, no, what the fuck I saw. I saw this on footage. I saw this in my real life when I was a little kid. All the gender politics and everything else every fucking where. Right? So this is how they started recruiting the sisters. If y'all wondering how feminism got in our fucking community, this is how. And then it started creeping in later through media. Because those same sisters who they was chopping it up with, now again, most sisters wasn't falling for that shit back then. But they had enough of them that fell for it back then that was enough to cause a lasting effect on the community. Because the people that fell for it got propped up by the Beckys to be the face of the movement. I.e. Oprah Winfrey. Right? She was the face of white feminism. The face of it. And that's all they needed. Oprah wasn't pushing no motherfucking black feminism. Oprah wasn't pushing no black feminism and none of that shit. She was pushing white feminism. But because it was white feminism in a black face, black sisters in the hood confused that for black feminism. Or at least that feminism is cool for black women to embrace. Oprah was to white feminism what Michael King was to white liberals. They was the face, they was the tool used to suck in the black women. Now, mind you, all black women didn't fall for the Oprah shit. Some didn't fall for it, just like the college shit. But enough did. Enough did to leave a lasting effect. And as the years went on, shit just got normalized. I don't want to go too far because I'm about to delve into the third wave. I don't want to go that far yet. Because I know Renee has an article that she wants to read, and I'm going to go ahead and let her get into it. We're going to stay in the 70s right about now. So, yeah, go ahead, Renee.
All right. So I'm sure many people have seen like the iconic image of Gloria Steinem and a black woman with their fist in the air. It's on the thumbnail to the show tonight, in case you have never seen that. But I think a lot of black people at this point are familiar with that image. So this particular article I'm going to read comes from Miss Magazine, and it's going to kind of speak about the black woman who was in the picture, which her name was Dorothy Pitman Hughes. So I just want to get into that a little bit as we're talking about, you know, some of the feminist movement's impact on black women and so forth, and how that, you know, affects the black community. All right. So the story of iconic feminist Dorothy Pitman Hughes with her fist raised. Okay. Many of us have seen the iconic photo of interracial sisterhood. Yeah, right. With Gloria Steinem and Dorothy Pitman Hughes from 1971. Now part of the Smithsonian Institution's National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C. While we know a lot about Steinem from popular media, history books, autobiographies, and even a Broadway play, most of us know very little about Pitman Hughes, but we should. The recent publication of Pitman Hughes' biography, With Her Fist Raised, Dorothy Pitman Hughes and the Transformative Power of Black Community Activism, by University of Pittsburgh historian Laura Lovett, shares this forgotten history. According to Lovett, her book offers a history of the women's movement with children, race, and welfare rights at its core, a history of women's politics grounded in community organizing and African American economic development. The book begins with Pitman Hughes' childhood growing up in Lumpkin, Georgia, then recounts her more than 40-year career of community organizing and entrepreneurship in New York City, from her founding of a community-controlled child care center on the Upper West Side to her cross-country speaking tours on women's liberation with Gloria Steinem, to fighting racism in the Miss America pageant and working for the empowerment of Black businesswomen in Harlem. The book ends with Pitman Hughes' retirement to Florida, where she continues to organize community, this time for healthy food through community gardens. Throughout her life, Pitman Hughes sought to make the lives of ordinary women better by working to empower communities to meet their needs. Whether that was childcare, recognition of Black women's inherent beauty, or access to economic resources or local healthy food. The book recounts her early experiences of racism, including routine, extra-legal violence from the KKK and the White Citizens Council, her work with the Congress on Racial Equality Corps, the Black Panthers, and Malcolm X, and her friendships with people like Flo Kennedy and Tigrace Atkinson, as well as Steinem. Okay. Steinem and Pitman Hughes met in 1968 when Steinem was writing a story for New York Magazine about Pitman Hughes' West 80th Community Child Care Center. They became fast friends. From 1969 to 1973, they spoke across the country at college campuses, community centers, union halls, and more. At the time, Steinem did not like public speaking, but was encouraged by Pitman Hughes, who, as a former nightclub singer, was perfectly at home on the stage. They worked well together, demonstrating the possibility of interracial sisterhood. I don't even know what that is, but okay. Of being sisters under the skin, as they frequently put it. Dorothy's style was to call out the racism she saw in the white woman's movement. She frequently took to the stage to articulate the way in which white women's privilege oppressed Black women, but also offered her friendship with Gloria as proof this obstacle could be overcome, said Lovett. Yeah, okay. Pitman Hughes also organized the first shelter for battered women in New York City, co-founded the New York City Agency for Child Development, working to expand child care services in the city, and was a co-founder of the National Black Feminist Organization. According to Lovett, Dorothy defined herself as a feminist, but rooted her feminism in her experience and more fundamental needs for safety, food, shelter, and child care. Why don't we know more about Pitman Hughes? Lovett argues that media representation of the movement, especially Gloria's place in the movement, contributed to the elision of race as a foundational experience in forming feminism. Lovett explains how media coverage of Steinem and Pitman Hughes on their speaking tour often only focused on Steinem. By ignoring the role of Black women in the women's movement, the media contributed to the idea that the movement only cared about the needs of white women, and it did. Lovett challenges the standard story that Black feminist activism rose in reaction to the racism of white women in the movement. This sequentialist historical treatment belies the contributions of foundational Black feminists such as Dorothy, Flo Kennedy, Shirley Chisholm, Dorothy Height, and Angela Davis, among others, she said. Lovett's book is a fascinating read for anyone wanting to know more about Dorothy Pitman Hughes, Black feminist organizing, and interracial feminist collaboration in the U.S. women's movement, a history we should know. Okay, so I would definitely want to address some things for where we're at in the discussion and some things on this article. So a couple things I do want to point out about this though. I do feel like over time, the Black woman who was in this picture, again, who is Dorothy Pitman Hughes, I do feel like she ended up getting a lot of bashing and a lot of exploitation. She was exploited by the white feminist movement in order to draw in more Black women. You know, as Psycho was just talking about how a lot of the infiltration began, how a lot of this, got the ball rolling. So they used imagery like that picture. They used some of these, things they did, like going around speaking or whatnot. A Black woman speaking on this, to try to draw in the ears of Black women and the eyes of Black women, especially young Black women who were, in college and things like that. And so she was definitely exploited by white feminists. And she was also definitely bashed in the midst of it too, because the thing about Dorothy Pitman Hughes is she has some complexities there. So much of her activism, if you will, in reference to her being a woman, being a Black woman, had to do with children, had to do with women mostly cared for the children. They did back then as they do today. And so in terms of Black women working, which I read a little bit about earlier, Black women always worked. I say this all the time, Black women always worked. For white women, it was a newer adventure, if you will, them going into the work world. So Black women always had needs of concerning food insecurity, being able to feed their children, being able to provide housing for their children, being able to get daycare and child services for their children because they had to work. And most of the other Black women in their families and communities also had to work. So, some of the things that Dorothy Pitman Hughes stood for, I absolutely support. And this is another example of how they will take a Black person, take their contributions, help to twist it, help to spin it, and make it something else. And so she is somebody who, like they said, put together the first battered women's shelter in New York City. And a lot of times, again, you have women who may have been in domestic violence situations with their children, and they didn't have anywhere to go. This woman came up with that idea. This woman came up with, hey, let's have a place where children can go while their mothers are trying to provide. That's a safe place. So she had a lot of really brilliant ideas. She was about Black entrepreneurs. She was about Black people owning businesses in their community. She went into doing a lot of different seminars for that, trying to get Black people, Black men and women, in to do that. So she kind of became a symbol that wasn't fully recognized for what it is that she contributed. Because much of the feminist movement, in terms of the second wave for sure, was part of that was trying to draw Black women out from the Black revolutionary movement, to try to draw them away from that and bring them in to white women's plight. Because, there is definitely a difference in the plight between what Black women experience and white women experience. Like I said, on the most simple, basic element, you can look at Black women since slavery, okay? And then post-slavery, we're always working. Black women always Black women were in the fields, or they was in somebody's house cooking, cleaning, washing nasty drawers, taking care of people's babies and people's children, working hard, doing a lot of back-breaking work for ages of time, okay? Whereas white women were more so, a white woman could be poor, if you will, but it was still like she got to stay home with her children, and her husband brought home the bacon or whatnot. But in the Black community, that was never really our dynamic. You may have had some Black women in some periods of time who did not work and who were stay-at-home wives, mothers and wives. Yeah, okay. But for the most part, that was never Black women's reality in America. How could that be Black women's reality when they had us as slaves, when they had us owned as property, and you had to work? You never had an ability to sit down and be a woman, if you will, in the way that white women did, right? So, off rip, two totally different plights. But white women wanted to use Black women's plight in order to make themselves seem more like a victim, right? Because if it's hard to be a woman, then how much harder is it to be a Black woman, right? So if we can get these Black women over here with us and kind of co-opt their pain, co-opt their experiences, we can make ourselves even more of a victim, all the while making sure they get nothing. Whereas today you still see Black women make less than everybody else. We don't make the same that white women make in the same field, in the same positions. We don't. To this day, you have Karens who are able to go and do whatever they want to do, They're not getting locked up. They're not getting shot down. So we have, broad examples of white women in terms of the affirmative action movement, that they have been the biggest beneficiaries of that. Black women weren't, and Black women are what? Supposed to be a double minority. But it's still white women who came out on top in that movement. So they've always been able to kind of take from our pain and use it for their own benefit. One thing I do want to say though, in terms of moving forward, and also I will say, I don't think that, and I can't speak for her or whatnot, but the way that that image has been spun, the way it's been represented, I don't know if that would have been how Dorothy Pitman Hughes really felt about that. Like if she would have been okay with how that image was put out there. Now they did do a follow-up picture, like in more recent years or whatnot, with that. But I don't know, like in the end, if that's really what she wanted out of that situation. Because even in terms of, like it speaks about in the article, in terms of mainstream media, they didn't really represent what Dorothy Pitman Hughes was saying. They focused on Gloria Steinem and white women's issues. Because what Dorothy Pitman Hughes was speaking about was real ish in terms of childcare. She was talking about some real things. Not somebody who already got the world handed to them on a silver platter and they're just trying being victims. And then I just want to also say that, Black women, Black people, but in this case we're talking about Black women, are not dumb. Black women are not stupid. Black women are not gullible. Well, we have a level of being gullible. So we have a level of being naive, okay, in terms of this whole racism issue, which still boggles my mind. But in general, we do question things. In general, we don't just accept, we kind of like, I don't know. So I do want to say that part of, white women coming in, trying to co-opt Black women's pain and struggles, part of the reason why some Black women may have been a little more open to that is because some Black women were having struggles or did feel some struggles. Some Black women did feel that in the Black revolutionary movement, that the women were being overlooked, that the women were being overstepped, that they may have experienced certain other issues at the hands of some of the brothers that were in the movement. Okay, so they were, while most Black women was not going for that, there was still some underlying issues there that some Black women felt. Black women have spoken about like colorism and other issues that existed within the movement. Later down the line, you had where there was further acceptance of white people in the movement. Let's be clear about that. And there was more involvement of some of the men in the Black revolutionary movement with white women. So some of that was going on too. So some Black women, depending on what they were experiencing at the time, may have had some valid issues in certain aspects. So let's be clear on that. But that did not mean that most of those Black women were willing to turn their back on the movement, on Black people as a whole, based upon some of those experiences. And unfortunately, some other ones were. Unfortunately, some of the younger Black women, they were able to draw in with the feminist rhetoric. So I just want to put that out there. But I've been going for a minute, so I'm going to pass the mic.
Yeah. And, again, we got to stress this time frame, this time period, because this time period from the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, the whole second wave is when the indoctrination of Black women into feminism happened. And we going, and please don't mention Ida B. Wells and Sojourner Truth, because we'll get into that later. We'll get into that later. And but the indoctrination happened in the second wave, and one of the most infamous people that gets talked about And you can't, again, like I said earlier, I mentioned it earlier, you cannot talk about black feminism in the black community and not mention this name. You are doing the whole topic and subject matter a disservice if you do not mention this name. Because this person has been probably the biggest advocate for black women joining the feminist movement out of anybody. And that would be no other than Alice Walker. Right? This woman right here. Alice Walker. Let's get into her real quick before we go into the next thing. Because again, if you don't talk about her, you're doing this subject matter a disservice. Right? Now, Alice Walker is a writer, right? You know, very influential writer. Wrote a lot of literature. And you know, wrote a lot of screenplays, and you know, a lot of her books got turned into movies, right? And you know, she's also the person. I will give her credit for one thing. Well, I can't give her too much credit. I'll give her credit for coining the term colorism, right? Now, the whole concept of colorism existed before Alice Walker coined and created and coined the term colorism, right? But she is the person that created the term colorism and coined it, right? So even though colorism was a thing before she coined it, she does get credit for bringing it to the public's attention. You know what I mean? So I will give her credit for that. That's about where my credit for her ends. For me personally. I don't know how y'all feel about it. I'm just telling you for me. Because to me, this woman right here, not only did she help indoctrinate a whole gender of fucking people, but she also, more than anything, indoctrinated into our community misogyny. Alice Walker is one of the biggest things that normalize misogyny in our community. This woman right here hates black men. Do not get it twisted. Because even though I give her credit for coining the term colorism, again, she did not create color, like shit existed and everything else, but I will give her credit for coining the term and creating it. But she also created that term and coined it as a way to attack black men. Because she never touches colorism from the aspect of how women can also perpetuate it. It's only the men. This is a black man problem. This is what she preached. Right? But again, she is an author, and we all know they changed one of her books into an infamous black male bashing movie. I know y'all black women love this movie. I would like to ask y'all, why? Because this movie right here, this fictional tale right here, not a true story, fictional tale right here, caused a huge uproar. People was bitching about this movie before it even dropped. People was boycotting the movie before it even dropped, complaining about the misogyny all up in it. The NAACP, who I do not fuck with, by the way, even had a problem with this movie and tried to get it stopped from being released. Now, the NAACP coon asses had a problem with this fucking movie. You know this shit must have been bad. This movie promoted destruction in our community. I don't care how. The effects of this movie still reigns today. Nothing nice about this movie if you're a black man. This is the poster child of misogyny. If you're confused what misogyny is, watch this movie. And you will get a full dose of what black man bashing looks like. And this is the person who's guilty of writing this misogynist book that turned into an infamous movie. And when criticized about the black man's portrayal in this movie, she started gaslighting people. And trying to convince them that she does not hate black men. She don't got no smoke for black men. It's just a figment in our imaginations. We just hit dogs hollering. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what she was getting around to. Okay. You're right. You don't. That book ain't no evidence that you hate black men. I mean, shit. You know, you write a book and it turns into a movie where black men are they rapists and these motherfuckers are abusers and you know, and then you got other black men who are pussy getting their ass whooped by big ass motherfucking Amazon mammies, beating the hell out of them, punking them and shit. Oh, the women loved that. The women thought that was the women clapped and applauded and everything. It's cool. Black man getting his ass whooped. Yay! Black man getting his ass whooped. Black man start whooping the black woman ass. Oh, boo! Donald Glover, I hate you. I can't stand you, Donald Glover. I'll never watch Lethal Weapon ever again. What is this? Oprah start beating up on motherfucking man. Yeah, get his ass, get his ass. That wasn't even the man who was the abuser. I can understand if Donald Glover was the one getting his ass whooped by Oprah and motherfuckers was cheering. No, this is some old other motherfucker, some little cuck. Some little bitch made ass cuck getting his ass whooped by motherfucking Oprah and everybody applauding. He ain't did shit. He ain't raped nobody. He ain't beat nobody down. All he did was beat her motherfucking punch her back. Getting his ass whooped. Up and down the cornfield. Everybody laughing and chuckling, applauding. Yay, misogyny, yay! Misogyny's great. I don't hate black men, though. I don't hate black men. How can you say I hate black men because I wrote this beautiful novel that's demeaning y'all? How can you say I hate black men? I don't know. Maybe the fact that you didn't even bother to marry one before you wrote that book. Maybe because you was married to this motherfucking Billy Bob when you wrote that misogynist, black man bashing ass fucking book that turned into a fucking movie. You ever thought about that? You ever thought that this is maybe another good reason to believe that you a fucking misogynist? Alice? You think? With that whole fucking mixed kid right there that you try to push off as a black woman? That you try to push off as a Nubian queen, Alice? You think this might be... You think this might be good evidence to believe you don't fuck with black men like that? That same... And mind you, that's the same daughter that can't stand Alice Walker to this day. She don't even like Alice Walker. They beefing. She don't even get along with her own mixed kid. I heard it was because she was fucking with a black man. I heard she found out her mixed daughter was fucking with a black man. She didn't approve of it, and they got mad. And she got mad at her. But she ain't got no smoke for black men. She ain't got no smoke for black men. Nah, that movie was great. You're just bad, psycho. They was calling out black men, holding them accountable. You're just bad. She don't hate black men. I know. What about this, though? Because after she left her Billy Bob, guess what Alice Walker did? She went on ahead and started finding her the R&B chick. She was having dreams of fucking an R&B chick. Alice Walker was on some Biggie shit. And she went and found her an R&B chick. And she went to get the licking. Shocker. A lesbian feminine. Shocker. Shocker. Oh yeah, you don't hate black men, Alice. You love black men. I have every reason to believe that you love black men, and you ain't have no malicious intent whatsoever when you wrote that piece of shit ass motherfucking novel. You ain't have no malicious intent. Not you, Alice. Why would I believe that? I see all types of evidence of you fucking with black men. What do you mean? But this is the type of shit motherfuckers got their heads pumped up with. Like I said, family, this is that second wave feminism. And Alice Walker indoctrinated this misogynist culture that you motherfuckers are seeing right before your eyes today. Who are all these goddamn silly ass misogynist birds quoting? Who is they deity? They always coming up with some Alice Walker quote. Some bullshit that Alice Walker said. Some pink pill lesbo feminine. Right. That's what black feminism is, family. That's what black feminism is. If y'all are confused, again, we're still only on the second wave. But something happened in the midst of all this. And I'll be remiss if I don't mention this. Right? Because now I need y'all to pay close attention. Because this is where shit gets even deeper. Because I know y'all thought that, I just scratched the surface level right here. I'm just giving y'all backdrops, timelines, and catching y'all up to speed. Now it's time to put out there what has been silenced for decades by the motherfucking church of feminism. Because Alice Walker, Bell Hook, and all these other little black feminists, Oprah, all these motherfuckers, are all agents of destruction. All black women did not co-sign this shit because what white liberals are trying to do with feminism is the same shit they did with Michael King and his movement. Because white liberals, I just explained this over the last X amount of days, white liberals, what they did with Michael King was prop him up as some type of savior and then try to convince everybody that all the black people back then was riding with him. All the black people was cool and down with the motherfucking program. Everybody was a part of the church. It was all one big happy church and all black people subscribed to this bullshit ass philosophy. That's what the white liberals did over the course of decades and got a lot of people confused to this day because they got revisionist history about what the fuck was happening back then due to white indoctrination from white liberals. Well, they did the same shit with the feminist movement. Because most motherfuckers today are so fully indoctrinated with this fuck shit, they don't even realize it. They so fully indoctrinated with this shit, they under the misconception that all black women was down with this fuck shit when it was going on. Right? Well, newsflash, motherfuckers. I'm here to tell you something, bitches. All black women was not down with this shit. Some black women actually saw what the fuck was going on. Some black women stood up against the machine. Because what Alice Walker did, let me give you a quick backdrop on this before I get too deep into this. What Alice Walker did, and one of the tools, because I forgot to mention this is very important. One of the tools Alice Walker did to try to get black women into feminism was to call feminism something else and then push it as something other than feminism when it's nothing but white feminism and blackface. And that movement would be called Womanism. Right? Womanism is nothing but white feminism and blackface. They took feminism, rebranded it, so people wouldn't know what the fuck it is they was buying. Not knowing all along you are still buying feminism. Just with a different package. Kind of like AT&T used to do. AT&T used to be a fucking monopoly. They ran every motherfucking thing. All motherfucking phone companies, all the phone lines ran through AT&T. Motherfucking government came down on AT&T, told them they was a monopoly, they can't do that. What did AT&T do? They made a whole bunch of splitter fucking companies like Southwest Bell, this has Bell companies. You had Bell companies everywhere, Southwest, South Bell, North Bell, West Bell, all that other shit. All that shit was still AT&T. They just repackaged it and sold it to you that way so they wouldn't get fucked with by the government. Being called a monopoly. Well, this is the same shit. Same mindset. These motherfuckers took that white feminism, repackaged it as womanism, and sold that shit off to black women. Now, some black women were smart enough to see the bullshit. Now we're about to get into a position that I, myself, actually do not have a major issue with. This is one woman's movement that I do not have an issue with, and is currently and previously and currently trying to be silenced by the machine. And that movement is called Africana Womanism. Because what happened was a lot of sisters saw the bullshit with Alice Walker and Bell Hooks and all them motherfuckers. They saw this fake ass black movement called Womanism that's nothing but white feminism in blackface. They saw this and they decided to separate themselves from this misogynist fuck shit. They still wanted to address the women issues that they felt like was prevalent, which I don't have a problem with, as long as you don't put that before your race. And that is what Africana womanism represents. Race first women who are also tackling women problems. Not like womanism or black feminism or whatever the fuck you want to call it, which focuses on gender first and everything else is secondary. So you have black feminism and womanism that's gender first, and then you got Africana womanism that is still race first. Hence why Africana is in front of womanism and not behind it. Now, if y'all want to know a little bit more about this, and I think it's very important that y'all learn about this position, because this position right here is the position that is trying to be silenced, that is trying to be shut down. The motherfucking bullies, these fucking feminine ass motherfucking gang, these feminazis, these terrorists are trying to shut down the rational race first woman. Let's get into this. And let's listen to this. I need y'all to listen to this. I need y'all to listen to this right. Let's get into it.
In an era of feminism, our guest is leading a movement to reclaim femininity. Brenda Werner has identified the traditional process of cultural thought among black women that is the basis for decision-making and social interaction, and has named it Africana womanism. Werner believes that Africana womanism is why the feminist movement has failed to lure the rank-and-file black woman. She's also concerned about black college students and what she believes are cults of influence, victimization, rebellion, and idol worship, among others. Brenda Werner is out of the box and off of the plantation. I'm Tony Brown. In a moment, Africana womanism and the cults of influence. My guest is Ms. Brenda Werner. Ms. Werner has a master's degree in education from Harvard University, heads her own communications firm in Chicago, and is chair of the National Africana Women's Studies Organization. Ms. Werner, welcome very much.
Thank you for having me.
Very nice having you. I'm glad finally we could get your schedule straight. I know you speak all over all the time. Thanks for coming. What is Africana womanism? What is the relevance? Why and what is the distinction between Africana womanism and what we've come to know as the feminist movement in America?
I guess I could start by saying that I became associated with people who promoted feminism approximately between 1969 and 1970. And from the very beginning, in my association with these women as the head of a black student organization at Ithaca College and Cornell University, I always recognized that their basis for operation, their perspective, and their principles were different than that of which black women had traditionally purported as I knew it. I come from Chicago, and most of the people in my family are from the South. We had a pretty clear indication of how we thought about things. And over the years, over about 22 years of participation in the women's studies movement, it became clearer and clearer to me that the thought mechanism that drives black thought is basically different from that of the popular culture movement called feminism. And the difference lies in the fact that Africana women have had an entirely different experience in the United States than women of Eastern or even Western European experience. Our experience says the feminists started off talking about equal pay for equal work and even talking about women working. Black women have always worked, have always taken care of not only their own houses, but white women's houses too. They've always had the accessibility of influence in the community. Feminists wanted accessibility to influence men. When Eastern liberal establishment white civil rights workers came to the South to help in what they called the civil rights movement, they expected to see different disenfranchised Black women whom they were going to lend their support to. To their surprise, they came to find out that Black women ran the civil rights movement, that they were highly influential in the church and in the home. This sparked a kind of jealousy that sparked the modern day feminist movement. I was recently reading the book by Kay Mills on Fannie Lou Hamer's life. And when they approached Fannie Lou Hamer and encouraged her to join what they call the women's liberation movement at that time, Fannie Lou Hamer's response was, I don't need to be liberated from my man. I don't want to be liberated from my community, my culture, or my family. Well, the only thing that I want is the freedom to live as well as everybody else.
I'd like to ask you one question before you continue. You said Black women ran the civil rights movement. Aren't Black women conspicuously absent from leadership in the Black community and in the Black civil rights movement in particular?
I think the position, I would say that Black women were the grease for the machinery. I think it was when I look at the work that has been done, the interviews that have been held about the women, they originally wanted Black men to be in leadership because they wanted the world to see Black men in leadership. But that did not mean they were taking second place to Black men. As you know, you've been Black all your life. Black women can let Black men know how they feel.
Ask my mother.
And it's kind of interesting to see that now this whole cult of victimization that's been built up around the feminist movement is something that Black women have always denied. They've always denied being a victim or the legitimate victim. We've always seen ourselves as sisters in charge of our own lives and our own destiny. And the conflict between feminism and womanism, which was the Black response to early feminism. I remember in 1969, particularly when the feminists came on campus and asked that we join them, Black women's response was womanism. And womanism grew out of the Black cultural nationalist movement of the 1960s. We had womanhood classes in the cultural nationalist movement. Women were very clear about who they were and that their femininity was valuable. I think today, what was originally called the women's liberation movement and what was later called the women's movement and is now called the feminist movement is what exactly the planners of this popular culture event had in mind. Originally, they seduced us with the idea that we were all women and that we were going to work together for women's equality, but that we were different, that we came from different cultural backgrounds, that we came from different ethnic and racial backgrounds, and that our differences were valued. But now the only thing that's valued is the feminist perspective. You see?
No, I don't see. Help me understand that.
Well, the feminist perspective says that women are victims and women should be at war with men for power, influence, and high profile, and that they have to assert themselves in a federation against men in order to get what they want, regardless of the hostility that it causes. Black women have said that Black men and Black women have suffered inordinate hostilities and terrorism to some degree, and that we cannot wage war, a battle of the sexes against our men in order to gain a foothold or a toehold on the economic ladder in America. But feminists don't feel any reservation to set up, I consider it a hostile environment. But what we as African American women have to do, because things have changed over the 25-year history of the feminist movement. It started off as a women's movement. Now it's clearly a feminist movement, and they are the authors of political correctness, and they're even turning our own traditional cultural thought back on us, saying that if we do not hold their views, then we are indeed incorrect politically. One of the issues that is really important nowadays is whether or not Black women have the right to indigenous thought. You see, popular cultures tear down cultural divisions. If you are Irish or you're Italian or you are Asian, there are certain cultural mores and ways of doing things that people have indigenously. The need of the feminist movement is to wipe out these differences so that we can have a one world approach that women around the world will adopt the feminist agenda, which is abortion, the acceptance of homosexuality, the promotion of the idea of women in battle. I remember in 1974, the issue was whether or not we were going to promote the idea of women being in the draft. And my objection was that if these same women who declared that these men who run the country were white and racist, they were going to give them the option of drafting women, guess who they would draft? So who would they draft? They would draft if they were racist and white, as the white women claimed, they would draft the Black women, and these are the women that would go to war. And when I asked this question and raised it repeatedly, people would say, "Well, we should wait and later and see how it turns out." I said, "Not one life should be lost to see how it turns out." But we are now in the throes of being manipulated by a well-organized, well-heeled popular culture machinery that is trying to encourage women that they to separate themselves from their cultures and from their men and from their traditional base, from their traditional identity. And their identity is the very vehicle through which they view the world. If you don't have your traditional identity, what do you replace it with? And is that a traditional identity worth saving? And I believe that the traditional role of identity among Africana women is crucial to our survival in the Western Hemisphere, in this Western world. And this identity is they're subtly trying to restructure it, redefine it. The most important aspect of all of this is the revisionist attempts by feminists through what they call so-called Black feminists to rewrite Black history from a feminist perspective, to rewrite our experience in the Western world as victims as opposed to victors. This is a very serious thing that is.
Give me an example of how that is done.
Well, originally, the feminists started off by using techniques that they had acquired in the civil rights movement, by referring to one another as sister and calling feminism sisterhood and claiming Sojourner Truth as a feminist. And then they went on to, here lately, encourage women to think of in only terms of either they were feminist or they were not feminist. You see, the feminist is the guideline for whether or not you are acceptable or not. Recently, I had a discussion with a woman who's writing a book on Ida B. Wells, and she described Ida B. Wells as a feminist. And I asked, how could Ida B. Wells be a feminist when she never heard the word? And she says that, she took the license to describe her as a feminist. And the word that would describe these women of our past, these great heroines of our past, would be Christian freedom fighters. They identified with Christ and through Christ more than they did any other political machinery. And to revise them to fit the contemporary times is, in my opinion, is almost betrayal. It's cultural betrayal. One of the most important aspects of describing and defining the history of Black women is their spiritual belief. And the feminist movement is, until lately, I would describe it as being godless or atheistic. But as of late, they have been introducing this concept of goddess worship and worship. What kind of worship? Goddess worship. Godless? Goddess. Goddess. Mm-hmm. It's a reintroduction of pagan goddess worship from the Dark Ages of Egypt. I mean, not Egypt, Europe. And they're actually teaching these courses in women's studies across this nation that you're supposed to worship There's more than one of them, but the main one is Sophia. And that puts them in direct opposition with the spiritual nature of the Black community and Black women in particular. I'm not saying that all Black women hold the same spiritual belief, but for those who have had even a cursory study of Black history, you know that the unifying spiritual nature in America for Black women is Christianity.
Well, let me ask you, in that context, in terms of spiritualism in the Black community and Christianity, are we looking at a break with that in terms of the gangsta, as I like to call it, the gangsta subculture in the Black community? This is not the majority of Black people, but it is a phenomenon in the Black community. And I include in that gangsta culture having babies just because you want to have a baby, not forming family units because they're not important in your mind to form them, values that I won't bring up here, but the values are certainly not Christian values. They're certainly not values that relate to any religion. They are rather amoral values, if I may. Rebellious, however you like to characterize them. Now, how would this phenomenon fit into your paradigm of the Black community being a spiritual community?
Well, I think that the same phenomenon that's happening in the Black community is happening in the larger American society at large. Something has replaced the traditional communal input, and that is American media and American popular culture. Whereas children used to be outside playing with one another or sitting on front porches listening to other people tell stories, they are now parked in front of televisions. They are now plugged into earphones that they're listening to vile music. They're going to theaters at an incredible rate. They can run to the corner video store and get soft pornography from the time that they're able to put the money on the counter. And we are now in competition with a powerful vehicle or vehicles that are pushing aside the traditional base of every ethnic and cultural group. However, still in African American culture, the various African American church denominations are still the strongest institutions that we have, and they're the vehicles by which we've been able to educate, early education, to get children to listen, to learn, to get them to read, to get them to respect adult authority, to get them to recite before audiences, and to get them to operate as a cohesive group.
What about marriage? That's where people they meet each other in church and they get married.
And I was telling a group of women recently, when I was a kid, Sunday afternoon teas were where young single people met one another. They met one another in a kind of loosely chaperoned environment. The girls dressed their best and the guys acted their best in order to impress one another. There was a more genteel environment. And I think that environment still exists, but it's being drowned out by a louder speaker. You know, like those cars that come through your community, they have the loudspeakers and shake your windows. That's what's happening with popular culture. They've turned up the volume. And it doesn't mean that the traditional ways that we've been able to advance ourselves in this society are not there. We just don't have the organized effort to make it known. And that's what I believe has to be done among Black women. We must realize that now we need to organize to defend our cultural way of life, or it will slowly be taken away from us.
How are you doing that?
One of the things that we did was...
Who is we?
Well, various groups of women. I must say I've been involved with a lot of organizing. The first thing we did was to found the National Africana Women's Studies Organization. In order that we could come out from under the feminist umbrella, we needed to be able to operate freely. And I have a network of women across this nation who are now in the process of structuring a membership campaign so that Black female students on campuses will have an alternative to feminism.
Tell me about the campus. You're very, very, very concerned about Black students on campuses. Why are you concerned?
Because Black women on campuses are under the aegis of instructors and professors who have a political perspective that they more or less are presenting as dogma that these students, when someone has the power of the grade over you, they do have the power to change your mind, even if you resist. What's happening to young people on campuses now is that they are being challenged in their belief system and are being encouraged through grade systems not by everyone, but some people are telling these young people that it's important that they change the way they feel about their own cultural group. And that they must embrace the popular culture, politically correct.
Give me an example of how that would happen to a young black woman. What is it that one would ask her to give up in order to get what?
Okay, I'll give you even more of a hard case. I have a friend at Mills College in California, in Oakland, California. She runs the ethnic studies programs there. The ethnic studies program, young women set up a womanist council. And these are women who are Asian, Hispanic, Native American, East Indian, African, and Africana women. The women's studies program on the campus wants to have influence and have these women under their umbrella. But these women choose to set up their own council and to have their own womanist publication so that they can present their womanist view from an indigenous cultural perspective. The very act of doing this was an act of war to the feminists. And with the help of the president of the college, many acts have been perpetrated against these non-white, non-feminist women who want to stay loyal to their indigenous way of life. And the battle is still being waged. Recently, Bell Hooks wrote an opinion piece in the Chronicles of Higher Education, a well-known black feminist, attacking black women who reject feminism and who embrace womanism. She's been trying to project Alice Walker's definition of womanism, which has been supported by the feminists, saying that womanism is to feminism as lavender is to purple. You notice they give purple the stronger color and feminism the stronger perspective. Well, indeed, womanism is a byproduct of indigenous African American cultural thought. Womanism, in essence, says we love men, we like being women, we love children, we like being mothers, we want harmonious relationships and family relationships. We are not at battle with our men. We have an indigenous cultural perspective, and that embraces the positions of men, women, and children.
Well, two things I'd like to ask as a result of what you've said. One, are you rejecting equal authority and power with men? And do you resent women having power? And should women struggle to have power? Equal. Not that they are at war with men or rejecting men.
Well, you mean equal status.
Equal status. Mm-hmm. Should a woman? Are you talking cultural nationalism, walking behind a man?
Oh, no.
But help clarify that.
I remember that.
What about
period.
a woman having power?
No, I'm talking about the kind of status that black women have had in where I grew up. They had the power to, and many of them were the heads of the households. They had the power to make decisions about their own life. They had the power to make their own perspective a reality for themselves. You do not have to tear down the house in order to get order in it.
But you don't object to women having power?
Of course not. I mean, can you imagine black women without power? I mean, the very idea. Think about it. Black women without power? I mean, the very essence of who we are in general in this country is that we are women who are powerful enough to endure the kinds of hardships and challenges and terrorism we have and still keep our sanity. And still love. And even love the children of our oppressors. We are powerful women in our own right. And joining a federation of women who are being led by an elitist group of well-heeled, highly educated, upper middle class, East Coast establishment feminists, radical feminists, is not the answer for cultural women. We are in a serious battle for our way of life in this country. You know, some issues are even superseding color now. The question is American society going to survive? Can we continue to imbibe all of this the sleazy television, the soft pornography being spewed on our children, and the hostility and anger that is being embedded in children. Children think the answer to all of their questions now is being a ninja. We have a church system that I believe has not been adequately used. I believe it can be an educational institution. I believe that we can re-educate the leaders of these denominations, that we can start an education movement that can at least take 50% of black children out of public schools and put them under black education directives. We have so many things that we can be doing. I mean, just the very act of whether or not your child is going to live these days supersedes joining a federation of women who are at war for money. You know, I live in a neighborhood that is clearly a middle-class neighborhood, but last summer the neighborhood turned into a war zone. Something like 17 children were killed in my neighborhood last summer. And I'm saying that we cannot split our loyalties and diffuse our focus. We have got to learn from the last 30 years.
Tell me what we should do, and we have about a minute or so left. What should Africana women do in light of everything you've just said?
Right. Africana women should look to the institutions and their networks of people to come together to change the bad situations and highlight the good. What we hear all the time is bad news, but what we need to hold up is the good news that we are still the moral people that we've always been, that we are the bedrock of this society, and that we have much to contribute, and that we need stable homes and stable families and concrete communities.
Do you need money and power, and not that you reject power, but do you need money to make you that successful woman?
Of course we do. You know, in Chicago, Chicago for a long time was the home of the black business community. I think that the whole national black community should turn its efforts toward garnering black markets and then wider markets, international markets. We need to found an African American National Congress through which we can process our decision making.
I must make a decision. We're out of time.
Very good.
Brenda, thank you very much.
All right, it was a joy being here.
All right, family. And there y'all go. There y'all go. Y'all got to hear firsthand what Africana womanism is all about. The type of womanism that a lot of y'all probably wasn't even familiar with because it's constantly being shut down by the machine. Kind of like how you see here on YouTube, right? You got these little Alice Walker feminists running around here attacking any pro-black woman who don't think like them. Oh, this ain't nothing new. As you can see, that's an old clip. I saw y'all, talking about her wig and her shoulder pads. Y'all terrible in that chat too, by the way. Y'all are ruthless. Mind me next time I play an old clip just to put a picture up and just play the audio, because y'all are ruthless up in there. Jeez. Y'all don't act like y'all grandmothers didn't have that same wig and them same shoulder pads. Like, that was how women were dressing back then. Like, she was alright for back then. Like, anyway, y'all about to throw me off track and shit. Anyway, back to the subject. Africana womanism has been shut down back then by those mainstream feminists like Bell Hooks and Alice Walker. You heard her herself say that Bell Hooks would openly attack any black woman that didn't embrace feminism. Or Alice Walker's brand of womanism, which ain't nothing but white feminism in blackface. Used as a tool to suck black women in. I agree with most of the things she said. Obviously, I ain't got no dog in that fight when she was talking spirituality. I ain't got no dog in that fight, but she was making a lot of sense. making more sense than any feminine I ever heard in my fucking life. Now, Africana womanism is still race first, then I ain't got no smoke for that. You will never hear me talk shit about Africana womanism as long as that ideology maintains being race first. I have no issues with black women taking care of whatever women issues they have going on that they feel like need to be dealt with. As long as that doesn't take primary goal over everything else, which is not what feminism promotes. Feminism promotes women issues over everything. Women issues over everything. That's feminism and womanism. And that has always been my problem with that movement. Always. And that's also why I have little issues with the Africana womanism. Because that movement is not divisive. Like the other fuck shit that's ran by a bunch of swirling ass lesbians. Man-hating ass misogynists. Now I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Renee because I know she want to chew on all this. Go ahead, Renee.
Yeah, I do. I have a lot of things to say on her whole thing that she had, but I also do have an article I want to read breaking down the difference between Africana womanism and Black feminism. I guess let me just respond to the video first, and then we can get deeper as I break down what the differences are supposed to be. Shout out to her. Shout out to Miss Brenda Werner. She's somebody that a lot of people may not be familiar with or never really heard. Psycho sent me the video a few weeks ago or whatnot. And, and I feel different ways about it. I feel different ways about what she was saying. In my opinion, feminism and her breakdown of Africana womanism, in my opinion, as a Black woman, are not for Black women. I don't think either of them are. And I feel more so that feminism is not. Mostly because we already know where that's originating from. That's originating from white women whose concern is not Black women's plight, whose concern is not the Black children, the Black community, the Black family. That's not their goal. Their goal is to increase their own victimization, if you will, and in order to get them what they want. Okay, so I don't support that at all. My issue with the Africana womanism that as she broke it down. Now, let me say this first and foremost. I don't disagree. I actually agree with probably about 80% of what she said. But I think that from the time that this interview was done, in terms of where we're at in 2022, that's where I really get off track with some of this, because much of what she was talking about, and see, we can totally understand how white feminism, was projected upon Black women, right? We can totally understand that and see that. But in terms of the Africana womanism that she spoke about, she was still embracing white supremacy, because her embrace was the Bible. Her embrace was Christianity. And we know if that's something thus far that has not been successful for the Black community, for Black women, for the Black family, why do we need to keep spinning wheels with that? And so she was still coming from a white perspective in terms of what she was saying about Black people, because she was still trying to encompass that Bible. She was still trying to fit that Bible in. She was still trying to fit in whatever values or principles that she feels the Bible upholds that Black people should be doing. And while it is important for us to uphold our families and all of that, nobody's denying that. But I see her appealing a lot to the respectability politics thing. I see some of the rhetoric that she was using was very much so conservative rhetoric. And that's my problem with that. It's because it's just another way to try to say we need to be more like white people kind of thing. Instead of in the way that in the way that the feminists do it, right? If they want black women to get on board with the man hate and all of that, they want black women to do that. But she wants black women to get on board with the whole Christian thing and the Christian values, okay? Which always, of course, puts the woman at the back or the woman to the bottom. And my thing is more so right? My thing is more so balanced in terms of men and women are different, but we both have the same value coming into a relationship or coming into a family. But we are different. We bring different elements. We do different things. And, and I don't feel that should be centered around what white women say, what white people say, or behind the Bible. Let's see. So, yeah, because she said that she would consider women like Ida B. Wells or whatnot to be Christian freedom fighters. And I mean, she wouldn't necessarily be wrong, because that's what black people, for the most part in this country, have always subscribed to, was Christianity, have always subscribed to, the Bible. So she wouldn't necessarily be wrong in that respect. But that's where I kind of get off track, because why is it that we have to subscribe to a particular religious position? Because she talked about atheistic view or this view or that view. So she still wouldn't have been wanting to rock with somebody like me, because I don't uphold the Bible. So she may not have, wanted me to be down with what she was doing, because I'm going to be like, no, I'm not. This is a book given to you by the white man. Like, that's a book given to you by the people who enslaved you, but you want me to align with this book. However, let me get into what she was speaking on that was fact, right? That was on point. She hit the ball out the park in terms of what the white feminists want. She hit the ball out the park, and that they want to dominate, right? It's all about what they say. They are not willing to uphold black women's differences and black women's point of view. It's like, no, get down or lay down. And that's how these feminists come with it. She also mentioned the homosexual thing. Absolutely. This whole LGBT thing, that's all throughout feminism. And a lot of the black women who you see who are feminists and who align with that are what they call now queer black women, or they're straight out lesbians, or whatever the case may be. But most of them are not heterosexual black women who have an interest in black men, okay, does have an interest in a black family with black children. See, that voice is silenced. They don't want that voice in the mix. So I totally agree with her 100% on those elements of what the feminists, these organized white feminist groups want. But I think she, like I said, she hit on a lot of great points. She made me think about some things. But she said some other things. I'm like, But she talked about like some of the multicultural aspects. And we have to be singularly focused on black women, on Africana women. We have to be singularly focused. We cannot be aligned with no indigenous people, with no white people, whatever. That whole intersectionality thing is bogus. It's a scam. Black people continue to get put at the bottom anytime we focus on any types of intersectionality. That's one of the things that helped to get us where we're at now, because you help to diffuse any movement black people had, any movement black women had. You diffuse it by saying we all races of women come together. I don't know if y'all remember, but in the year was it 2016? When was Trump elected, y'all?
2015, no, 2016 election.
Yeah, he was elected in 2016. And
he took off in 2017, yeah.
Right. And if y'all remember, I think this ended up being in 2017, right before the inauguration, or on the same day as the inauguration. in January of 2017, there was this big women's march, right? That was supposed to be all over the world. And some of these people was wearing these P hats, right? The pink hats are supposed to represent the P that Trump said, grab them by the P, right? And it was all these women all over the world, on every continent or some kind of BS. And they were supposed to be coming out and speaking about, oh, Trump is horrible, and oh, he's misogynist, and oh, this and that and the other, right? And they used Tamika Mallory. I think she was very involved in that. But they used her, and they used her ability to organize and to help bring in Black women, okay? And to help bring in other groups of women to kind of bolster this thing. And when you look at the reality of that, that meant nothing for Black women. It means nothing for Black women. And you still had over 50% of white women who voted for Trump. So many of the very same white women that were out there are the women who cast their vote for Trump. So they are upholding their own community. They are upholding white supremacy while trying to smile in your face and pretend, oh, I'm for women. I'm for all women. No, you're not. You for white women and you for white people. But see, when we get into these movements, when we get into feminism and all this other stuff, we give our entire identity to that. I'm a queer Black woman. I'm a queer Black woman. I'm all about queer rights and experiences, right? Like you had the Black Lives Matter movement. You know, we could go on for days about that, but you had that created by, as they call themselves, queer Black women. When the issue is Black men, women, and children, mostly Black men, unarmed Black men, women, and children being killed in the community by police, the same people whose salary we pay, the same people who racially profile us, who harass us, who are all over our community. Okay, the same people who disproportionately lock us up, but they had to make sure that they brought in the element of the LGBT. They had to make sure they start drawing these distinctions. Black trans lives matter. Wait a minute. I thought this was Black Lives Matter. But now you all being queer Black women has to be the header for it. Now you all talking about trans lives matter. That has to be the header. All of that has to go together in order to try to support the community and bring focus around what's been happening to our people at the hands of law enforcement. We got to put all the LGBT stuff in there with it. And so again, what happened? You diffuse the movement because now it's not about race. It's not about Blackness. It's about Black LGBT trans people and all this other stuff. It's about all these other things. So they know what to do. They know how to get to us. They know how to use these movements like feminism. And let's also understand that, and I've had some of these kind of debates before, like on dealing with these issues. And if y'all remember, I talked to a particular brother. This was like 3 years ago. I don't know. But we did a little show on here, and it was just kind of like me and him. And we kind of talked on some of the aspects of feminism. And one of my things about it is, for some people, especially some of the people in the manosphere, sometimes the significance, the impact of feminism is overstated. It's overstated because what cannot be lost is that feminism is merely an extension of white supremacy. It's not in competition with it. It's a part of it. So we got to understand that too. This is the women's branch of it. This is their part of it and their toxic femininity and the way in which they are putting their venom out there. Just like the white man has his ways of doing things and the white woman has her way. Okay, so we got to understand that too. It all works together. It all comes together under the umbrella of white supremacy at the end of the day. Feminism in and of itself singularly is not the problem. It's an extension of, it's a connection to. And it gets more Black people to buy into white supremacy, like a lot of the young Black women and things like that, like she was talking about in a video that I totally agree with. A lot of the young Black women going to college and things like that, they begin to buy into that. And again, they're buying into just more white supremacy by aligning with these white feminists. Let me go ahead and go into this particular article, breaking down Africana womanism versus Black feminism. Let me say this though. This article, y'all, it boils my blood, okay? Because they put a little disclaimer thing at the beginning of this article. And I'm trying to decide if I want to read it or wait till I read the article and then read the disclaimer thing. Because it really threw. This particular article comes from hoodcommunist.org. Okay. Yeah, let me read the article and then I'm gonna read some of the article and then I will go back to the beginning part because yeah. All right. Africana womanism and Black feminism are two different approaches that attempt to redefine and contextualize the experiences of African/Black women. Though both of these ideologies underscore Black women's experiences, the principles and methods of these two approaches differ and sometimes conflict. The main difference between Africana womanism and Black feminism is the terminology, the prioritization of battles, racism, classism, and sexism, the relationship with the male counterpart, and the liberation from traditional gender roles versus the idea of family centrality. Okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry, gotta clear my throat. But y'all can see where this is already going, right? Okay. So terminology in Africana womanism and Black feminism. The first major difference is the name. Terminology feminist or feminism is a product of white Anglo-Saxon women's struggles. The Africana womanism, reclaiming ourselves, Lenora Hudson Weems writes, no matter what form of feminism one may identify with, be it mainstream, cultural, radical, or Black feminism, the term feminism itself is firmly etched in the ideology or theoretical concept which replicates dominant Eurocentric perspective. Hence, the term feminism is not only sufficient to conceptualize the experiences of African women, but harmful in the sense that it is assimilationist. Adding Black to a pre-established Eurocentric line of thought, argues Hudson Weems, is in fact a lazy approach. I need some water. Is a lazy approach to creating a sufficient ideology and representative of the complexities of African Black women. Oh, that was so on point. That was so on point. Let me just read that little part again. Adding Black to a pre-established Eurocentric line of thoughts, argues Hudson Weems, who was the woman who was saying it, in fact a lazy approach to creating a sufficient ideology and representative of the complexities of African Black women. And I mean that across the board, because you can apply that as well in so many different areas, right?
Even like the Black manosphere too. That's exactly. Not that lazy ass shit. That was super lazy.
Exactly. Absolutely. You know, if we're talking about the gender thing, yeah, look at the Black manosphere, right? So they basically just added Black onto an established Eurocentric line of thought. And she's saying that's lazy because the ideology itself is not crafted and not built on the complexities of being Black. It's just taking whatever the rhetoric is, right? So whatever the feminist rhetoric is, it's slapping Black feminists on it, or slapping Black on it. So now you got Black feminists. Black feminism. Okay, so but where's it addressing what Black women actually endure, and yeah, where's like the difference in that? Let's see. All right, Africana womanism, coined by Hudson Weems, was an attempt to create something completely separate from pre-established movements. The term Africana, as described by Hudson Weems, is to identify the ethnicity of the woman being considered and establish her cultural identity as it relates directly to our ancestry in land-based Africa. Womanism, in turn, partly inspired by Sojourner Truth's impromptu speech, Ain't I a Woman, is another attempt to separate oneself from the terminology of feminism female, especially because only a female of the human race can be a woman. This new Lord, this nuance, that's sad that has to be said. This nuance,
it really is.
You know, this nuance is crucial because it goes a long way in not only distinguishing but humanizing the African woman, especially in a world that does everything to dehumanize her. The combination of these two words, in essence, is the radical self-definition that Black women need. It is this self-definition that Black feminism preaches but fails to practice. Bell Hooks, Black feminist and author of feminist theory, From Margin to Center, writes, much feminist theory emerges from privileged women who live at the center, whose perspectives on reality rarely include knowledge and awareness of the lives of women and men who live in the margin. Here, Bell Hooks states that the simple fact that the existing framework, feminist theory, excludes non-white people. For Bell Hooks and Black feminism, the main struggle is to move to the center. The same center that wants to exclude them. Exactly. This is where conflicts arise because Africana womanism is separationist. It centers the ancestral homeland of all Black women, Africa, as the foundation. For Africana womanists, the center is Africa. Hudson Weems argues that for African Black women to identify themselves within the framework of any type of feminism is to attempt to make room for Black women within the anti-Black center of which Bell Hooks speaks. That was a great point. Bell Hooks was wanting to be a part of, right? She was wanting to be a part of. She wanted inclusivity, if you will. She wanted to be included into white feminism. She wanted to be a part of that and not have something distinct and separate that focused on the values of Black women and the complexities, as the article said, that Black women experience. I think that's very important, very key to note, because you will hear so many people who repeat Bell Hooks, and she's, often spoken of, often quoted by many feminists. And that was kind of her thing. She wanted to be down with them. Now, she would call certain things out in terms of, oh, it's white supremacist, but you still want to be with the white supremacists. And let's just keep it a buck. A lot of these women, okay, they lay up with other women. A lot of these Black women who have been, these radical feminists, who have been in the whole collegiate world or whatnot, a lot of them like white women. And so it's kind of that thing when we talk about interracial relationships that you will make some type of excuse at some point to accommodate your non-Black partner, okay? And so a lot of these women are bumping cooches with each other. A lot of these women are bumping their cooches, and so they're trying to make excuses for white women, right? And it becomes the whole thing of not all white people are bad, not all white feminists are bad, not all white feminists are racist, right? So this is the kind of stance that a lot of these Black feminists take. All right. Okay, so the relationship with the male counterpart. Let me get into this, and then we can go from there. Relationship with the male counterpart. The next major difference in the relationship with the male counterpart, one major driving force to feminism, and by extension Black feminism, is the aversion to the male counterpart, as all males are seen as perpetrators of the patriarchal system. Okay. Feminism does not allow for this nuance because it is a white-centered approach. White men have oppressed white women. This is true. White women were denied suffrage, political careers, and a few other basic rights. However, the same cannot be said for African Black women in relation to Black men. Black men were never, and still are not, in a position to oppress Black women as white men have white women. Psycho, you want to say something on that?
Oh, I will. I'll let you finish. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I read that line and I was like, oh, look. But that's facts. That's facts all day. A group of people cannot successfully deny basic rights to another group without institutional power. I repeat, Black men do not and have never had institutional power. Black feminist thought falls victim to this white-centered approach and is evident in contemporary Black feminist academics such as Kimberly Crenshaw and Brittany Cooper. The rhetoric employed by these women makes sweeping and general statements about Black men and causes gender division across African peoples. You want to address that?
That's it?
Okay. Well, that was it for that segment.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I totally agree, obviously.
And then I have one more part I'm going to read.
But
go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, I ain't going to be... Yeah, I totally agree with what that writer just said. That is so accurate. I've been saying that forever. Glad to hear somebody put it in writing because, you know, if I say it, I'm just some emotional dust mite. I'm an emotional dust mite that don't know what I'm talking about, and I need to get my shit together. God. You know, I don't want to be an emotional dust mite. So so if I say it, but being that a woman saying this, she ain't nothing but a dusty mammy who's male identified. Anything that speaks out against what the machine is saying. That's all shaming language. That's all these motherfuckers know. But I have been saying this forever. Black men don't have the power to be oppressing any motherfucking body. Black women could do what the fuck they want to do. I don't know what the hell is going on. Black women have had, in my entire life, they have always had the power to do what the fuck they wanted to do. In my lifetime. I've never experienced black women not having the power to do what the fuck they want to do, especially in 2022. And these women running around here acting like they was in the suffrage movement. Some of these women walking around here acting like, like they live in the color purple. Like this is the problem with the color purple is that perpetual victim. These women think they fucking, what's her name? Silly or whatever the fuck. They think they Whoopi. They run around like, no, you're not Whoopi. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Who's oppressing you? Who sit up here? Who's oppressing you? Can't no black man oppress you. We don't have the power to do that shit. What are you talking about? So it's just that's silly feminine rhetoric. That's Becky talking. That's Becky talking. That's not them talking. That's Becky talking. Because ain't no black man oppressing nobody. I'm sorry, they just not. It just ain't happening. I don't see it nowhere. But my bad. Go ahead. I'll pass it back to you.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this last part. Liberation from traditional gender roles versus family centrality. Another major factor to feminism is liberation from traditional women's roles like motherhood and housewifery. In the feminine mystique, Betty Friedan, though she concedes the importance of family later in her life, writes that she wants more than her husband and more than her children. This attitude shaped an entire generation of women who view bearing children as backwards and restrictive. At this point in time, getting married and raising children had become a burden to white women because they were denied every woman. In fact, because of the length of the patriarchal system has gone to hinder black men from getting a job, the gender roles within the African community have never been set in stone. I always have said this. If anything, black women have had to play the role of breadwinner because, again, the patriarchy goes the extra mile to dehumanize the black man by denying him a living. Because both black men and women were equally oppressed because of their race, Africana womanism emphasizes the importance of being in concert with the black male counterpart. And by extension, it also stresses the significance of a strong African family unit in the fight for liberation. Because of colonialism in Africa... Wait 1 second,
Renee, you want to bring that back a few seconds? We had a little buffer a minute. I'm going to miss what you said. Get in the paragraph.
From the whole paragraph?
Well, take it back a few, a little bit.
Okay, okay, got you. Okay, the same cannot be said for Africana women. In fact, because of the lengths the patriarchal system has gone to hinder black men from getting a job, the gender roles within the African community have never been set in stone. If anything, black women have had to play the role of breadwinner because, again, The patriarchy goes the extra mile to dehumanize the black man by denying him a living. Because both black men and women were equally oppressed because of their race, Africana womanism emphasizes the importance of being in concert with the black male counterpart. And by extension, it also stresses the significance of a strong African family unit in the fight for liberation. Because of colonialism in Africa and slavery in the Americas, African men and women have become equally victims of these racist systems worldwide. Black women and black men are both victims of the patriarchy. Absolutely. Hence the idea of white feminism. Hence the idea of a perpetual struggle among the genders for African men and women simply does not hold up. Traditional gender roles, like many other European values of individualism and capitalism, were brought to Africa from outside. Africana womanism emphasizes the importance of family centrality, as the true Africana womanist sees her nurturing and mothering role as crucial to creating a strong African family unit. The same strong African unit is the foundation critical in fighting for the liberation of all African peoples. A group of people cannot hope to achieve anything while quarreling among themselves with battles that were never truly their own. Let the oppressor tear itself to shreds with its gender wars. Africans know better, do we? That's the end of the thing, but let me read that again, please. Please. This is so timely. A group of people cannot hope to achieve anything while quarreling among themselves with battles that were never truly their own. Let the oppressor tear itself to shreds with its gender wars. I'm going to read that one more time. Just one more time. A group of people cannot hope to achieve anything while quarreling among themselves with battles that were never truly their own. Let the oppressor tear itself to shreds with its gender wars. Okay. So there were some differences between Africana womanism and black feminism. Now there was something else I was going to let's see. There was a couple of parts that I did kind of skip over to hit the parts of
I said skip more of the article. Okay.
To hit some parts of the relationship to the male counterpart and what have you. Let's see. Yeah, let me read this little part too. And then I'm gonna tell y'all the part that I really was that really ticked me off about this article, because it has some good parts, but the major difference is the prioritization of racism, sexism, and classism. Black feminism prioritizes its struggles with sexism being at the forefront, racism second, and classism last. Africana womanism prioritizes racism, the liberation of all her sisters and brothers, classism, and sexism, respectfully. See, now I can rock with that. The lady, Miss Brenda Werner, the lady we were looking at earlier, when I said I couldn't, her brand of Africana womanism that she was speaking to in terms of the whole Christian element, I couldn't personally rock with that. Just because I feel that's problematic when, white people gave us the Bible and you're trying to use that as some cornerstone of being Africana. To me, that's a total conflict. But in terms of what much of this article stated about Africana womanism, I absolutely support the idea that Africana womanism prioritizes racism, the liberation of all her sisters and brothers, classism, and then sexism, respectfully, because they acknowledge that sexism exists. They acknowledge this is a real thing, right? However, they're saying you got to get through some other stuff first. You got to deal with some other things, because in terms of being a black woman, that black part comes first, right? They don't say a man who happens to be black. People don't say that. People say he was a black man. or she was a black woman, that blackness always comes first. Let's make that clear. So in terms of addressing the oppression we experience, it would only make sense to address race first. That's what's put first. That's what this country was built upon. When black people were enslaved, black people were enslaved. It was not exclusively black men or exclusively black women. You had to be black. So why then can you just overstep blackness and say, oh, well, it's about our gender? That makes no sense on any logical basis, on any historical basis. It makes no sense. Let me read this part. Let's see. Hudson Weems says that like Black feminism, Africana womanism acknowledges societal gender problems as critical issues to be resolved. However, she also argues that feminism is, quote, a sort of inverted white patriarchy with the white feminist now in command and on top. Fact. Adding Black next to feminism, again, attempts to make space for people at a table they were never wanted. Hudson Weems writes, when the Black feminist buys the white terminology, she also buys its agenda. Fact. This claim is founded on the very fact that Black feminism works to overthrow the patriarchy first before battling the racist system overall. Black feminism also does not make room for the fact that Black men, just like Black women, are victims of the patriarchal system. Because Black feminism comes from feminism, it retains the idea that the respective male counterpart is a perpetrator of patriarchy. Since Black feminism sees patriarchy in the American context as the first order of business, there lacks an approach to fighting racism, classism, and sexism in the global context. Considering this, it becomes clear that Africana womanism is a more universal framework that goes beyond the borders of the United States. When Hudson Weems coined the terminology Africana womanism, it included all Africans, within and without the continent. The global approach to battling oppression is key because African women, regardless of their location, face racism, imperialism, and neocolonialism on a global scale. Linking up with all African peoples is absolutely crucial. I'm with that. So that was the whole article breaking down the difference between Africana womanism and Black feminism. I do want to say this though. At the beginning of the article, they have this. It says editor's notes or editor's note. The editorial team of Hood Communists would like to acknowledge that there are arguments in this piece that are bio-essentialist, meaning there are arguments that uphold an understanding of gender tied to and defined primarily by European constructions of biology. We want to state explicitly that we do not believe woman to be a biological category, and we do not believe that the only women are those assigned female by Western science, which is colonial, capitalist, and white supremacists. We believe gender and sexual identity are socially constructed and extremely expansive, not binary or biologically based. Trans women are women. Non-binary and gender non-conforming people exist, are valid, and are on the front lines of the struggle for African liberation around the world. We want to acknowledge that while Africana womanism is upheld as a liberatory strategy by some Africans, there are others that have criticisms of the framework. To that end, we want to share this previously published piece, Extending the Imagination of African Gender Thought, which has a more expansive analysis of feminism, as well as some criticisms of Africana womanism. So basically, this is what happened, y'all. The LGBTQA, everything else, members or people that work for this site or whatever, they didn't like the article. They hated the original article. They hate that the original article makes distinctions between men and women based upon biology, right? Which is what it's based on. That's the reality of life. They hate that this article did that. They hate that this article did not include some special language for transgender people or queer people or non-binary, gender non-binary people. So this is a perfect representation of what's going on and what we're dealing with. In the midst of trying to address, right, Africana womanism and Black feminism, and addressing that and its impact on Black women or the Black community and trying to sort that out. Now we got all this LGBT stuff compacted on top of it. Now we can't call somebody a woman strictly based upon their biology. It's if they identify as such. Now we have to say that someone born male who later decides, I'm not male, I'm really a woman, we have to include them in the conversation about women. This is absolutely a product of feminism. This is a product of white feminism. This editor's note, that's what that is. And when I was first reading this article the other day, I was pissed when I read the editor's note. I'm like, I don't know. That's why I'm glad I waited to read it and read the article first, because the article's on point, in my opinion. Like, the article is official, but then they had to put an editor's note on here to accommodate the LGBTQ people.
Mind you, editor's note, meaning that was not the writer's opinions, right? That was the editor covering their ass because they didn't want to get attacked by the feminists /LBGTQUVWXYZ community, because they'll get it twisted, family. They go hand in hand. They are hand in hand. One's the left, the other's the right.
Let me show you how crazy this stuff is, right? This is a great actual representation of white supremacy in terms of I'm white and I say so kind of thing. Shout out to our elder Neely Fuller. Because, and this, if you want to talk about using, the terminology patriarchal and all that, this is some, excuse my French, patriarchal bullshit. That's what this is, because I'm going to tell you why. Most of this revolves around, not solely, because the women are definitely in on it too, but some of this comes from these transgender trans women, right? These people who were born as males. These people who were born males, but now want to proclaim they're women, and they want access to all things women have. They want to be included. They want to be acknowledged. If that ain't some white man dominating shit, I don't know what is. So wait a minute. You want to be a woman too? So now you supposed to damn be a victim? Now wait a minute. If we're talking about feminism, especially in the white concept of how they put things, right? It was men are the perpetrators, men this and men that, right? But now the man says, well, I'm a woman too. I suffered at the hands of men, even though I'm a man, but I'm a woman too. What kind of shit is that? This is still absolutely upholding and accommodating white men. Because you have a lot of black men, and let's be clear, a lot of these black trans women or whatnot who try to get in this stuff. But let's understand, this is rooted though in white folks. This wasn't rooted in Africana womanism or any of that. Just like when I was reading in the article and they were saying slapping black on something, that's still Eurocentric thought process. Is lazy, basically, and it's ridiculous. And so that's what's happened. You had a lot of these trans women, these white trans women, who in the 70s and 80s called themselves fighting for rights and gay liberation. And they wanted to come in also and co-opt the feminist movement. And we all know the feminist movement co-ops off of Black women's pain and Black women's struggles, okay, to further their own agenda. That's what all of this is based on. If any of y'all know some of the history of, what was it called? It'll come to me. But it was a famous situation that happened in the 1970s in New York, Stonewall. And it was a situation that went down there at a particular gay club. And it was a lot of transgenders or whatnot, that went to this club or whatnot. And it was a Black one named, Marsha, I can't remember her last name at this moment. But it was essentially a Black male who was, transgender, or I think they call them transvestites in that time, or whatever the case may be. And so this person was well known in the scene. And these people, they said they would get abused by the police and things like that. And so this person called themselves, really fighting back and standing up and this and that. And so this is considered, a huge moment in in gay history and the gay world and all this kind of stuff. And so within that, you have those people. If you look at some of the footage from those marches and those rallies and things, you have the alignment of them with the feminist movement. You have those movements being put together. You have the LGBT movement being put together with the feminist movement, especially and particularly in the 1970s post-Stonewall. So let me get this straight. Y'all was supposed to be about females, okay? Which a female, you can't get around females. See, they try to play games with some of these terminologies like woman or man, right? Because they say those are gender terms, okay? But sex, you can't get around, right? So female and male are sexist, period. You cannot get around it. I don't give a damn what magic wand you try to wave, what lie you try to tell, what you try to ignore. You cannot get around that. There's male and there's female. And that's how all of us got here on this planet, from the male being with the female. Period. But they try to play games with the terms woman and man, right? So they will essentially say, you can be born a male, but become a woman. Now, throughout the entirety of recorded history, woman has always been in reference to an adult female. Girl has always been in reference to a minor female, to a young female. Same when it comes to boy and man. Boy has always represented a young male. Man has always represented an adult man. But these people want to try to separate now, after all of these years and ages of time. When people think woman, they know that's a female. Now they're trying to switch all this stuff up and mix it up. And what's so funny is many of the white feminists, because they're kind of having a break in their movement right now, in case people didn't know. Many of the white feminists who say that white men are so oppressive and did all these things to them, well, the white man duped you again. Because then the gay white man swooped in and the transgender white man is swooped in and said, hey, Becky, hey, Karen, we're women just like you. So the white man took over y'all women's movement. The white man y'all say that oppresses y'all white women, he took y'all damn movement too.
Don't we see that going on with black feminism?
Yep.
We see that going on in black feminism too, right? You see black men taking over the black feminist movement, right? Mm-hmm. I'll get into that. I'll wait till I get the mic.
Yeah, right. I get what you're saying. And yeah, and I'm saying like in terms of now them trying to call themselves women and or trying to equate their struggles as a gay man or gay person or whatever, or queer, whatever, to being a woman. This is what these people do. And at the end of the day, with the feminist movement, is all off the backs of black people, all off the backs of black women. That these people create all of this other bullshit and all of this other dysfunction because that's what they are, dysfunctional. So now there's a split within even the white feminist, the mainstream white feminist movement. There's a split there. And they have these women that are called TERFs, TERFS. And they are supposed to be the women who are taking a stand and saying, no, you have to be born female. Some of them are saying that, and that's what they came down on the chick that wrote Harry Potter or whatever. They came down, the author of that book, they came down on her because that's her stance. Is that you cannot be a trans person and then try to take on that struggle, as your own, like you're a part of that. You can't have been born a male, now claim to be a woman, and now you're a part of the feminist movement. No, so there's a split there happening, and then there's the other side of the totally just out of their mind, radical white feminists who say anybody who says they're a woman is a woman. Anybody. The extreme, mentally ill, social justice warrior feminist who says somebody could live and be a man their whole life for 50 years and then one day said, I'm a woman. And, well, you're a woman. Bruce Jenner. Bruce is a woman, y'all. So, anyway, but yeah, I'm sorry. I kind of had to go there because that little disclaimer thing or whatnot, that editor's note, it like sent me over the edge. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. But I've been going and everything, so I'm gonna pass the mic.
Yeah, that was crazy. That disclaimer, man. I'm not shocked though. I'm not shocked because I'm sure that editor either they was feeling some type of way, or they were scared that the readers were going to be feeling some type of way. Either or, it just, like you said, it just proves how closely knit the LBGTQUVWXYZ is connected with feminism. If they knew feminists was going to read that article, and they was more concerned about those fruitcakes feelings than how any of the women felt. Like the heterosexual women, straight women, but I don't know, man. This shit, these motherfuckers confuse me, man. All this silly ass gender, silly dumb shit. This is what I mean, man. This is what I mean, family. This is my problem with this feminut shit and all this LBGTQUV shit and everything. All these motherfuckers cause confusion. These motherfuckers are here to cause confusion, divisiveness. Got motherfuckers leading with their sexuality, leading with their motherfucking gender. That's why I'm glad the Africana Womanism clearly stated in their tenets that they put race first, which is key for a motherfucker like me in my worldview. Race first, class second, sexism third. That's how I view things as a man. Race first, class second, sex shit first. Like yeah. Like I don't get wrapped up. I don't lead with my gender, right? I don't lead with my gender. I lead my race proudly. I'm not leading with my gender. I don't lead with my gender, right? And being that we live in a motherfucking capitalist society, class matters. Right? And then yes, I'm a man. And I'm gonna conduct myself as one, but that just comes natural. That's why that doesn't oversee the other things. That just comes natural. I mean, it's nothing. I'm a man. It is what it is. I'm not a confused one either. I'm not a confused man that think I'm something else. No, I'm a man. You know, I don't have to lead with my gender to stand up and piss. I'm going to do that anyway. This comes natural. You know, I didn't have to lead with my gender to stand up and piss. It just just kind of do that. You know, you learn it when you're a kid. You know, you learn how to aim, and after that, you good. You on cruise control. You know, after that, everything else natural. You know what I mean? Like, just is what it is. Like, you know, like, I don't need to hyper focus on me being a man. I don't need to hyper focus on that shit. I never felt the need to hyper focus on the fact that I'm a man. I did feel the need to hyper focus on the fact that I'm black. I did feel the need to hyper focus on the fact of what my status is as far as like where I'm at in the world, financially, everything else, right? Now, me being a man, that's an afterthought. Yeah, I'm a man. Yeah. You know, like that. I don't understand this whole leading with the gender thing. I never got it. It just don't make sense to me. Like, I don't know. But being that they promoting women to view the world the same way that I view the world in that order, I have absolutely no problems with Africana womanism. It's not promoting anything that I am against, which black feminism and Alice Walker's pseudo womanism, that little all that divisive shit, I got issues with. I got issues with all that divisive shit. I got smoke for all that. But what Africana womanism is pushing, I support that. I support that. They recognize that women have issues, but they not making it a top priority. They will walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, but they're gonna make sure that they're gonna make sure they prioritize race. They'll get around to the women issues, but they prioritizing race. Because we are black first. Right? Some people hear black first, they think it's supposed to be second, thirds, and fourths and all that other shit. No, that ain't what the fuck that shit mean. Motherfuckers, the hell you talking about? But Renee mentioned something, you know, about, you know, men taking over the white feminist movement. And yeah, black men has taken over the black feminist movement. Black men have taken over the black feminist movement, family. That's what the fuck has happened. You got, cause we've been had gay motherfucking black men all in the feminist circles, right? Gay black men is very well accepted within the feminist circles. Just go look around. They been took that shit over. The gays been took that shit over. Go look at that feminist shit. Who one of the biggest motherfucking feminist YouTubers on this motherfucker? A goddamn fruitcake by the name of T.S. Madison. T.S. Madison. Some motherfucking Negro with a motherfucking wig on invaded female spaces and took that bitch over.
No, but they not. No, they battle with women.
Who battling?
That T.S. Madison dude.
He battling with who?
With women.
Oh, that's new. That's some new shit. Okay, well, I don't know. I'm talking about old shit. I'm talking about old shit, family. Apparently, I'm talking about old shit, and I need to update my information. But my point stands. He had a grip on that shit. He had a lock on that shit at one point in time. He was in there. You go look at that mother. It was women everywhere. No dudes. Maybe some fruitcakes. Maybe some other fruitcakes, but they was content creators trying to steal his audience. You know what I mean? They was over there trying to steal his audience and shit because they want to do what he do. You know what I mean? You know how Negroes is. Negroes see that they can use women for money. They try to buddy up with the motherfuckers and then so they can try to steal their audience. Like, I'm gonna do what this motherfucker doing. I want to womanize too. You know what I mean? So that little fruitcake up there used to do all this shit. Now they saying he attacking them. I'm not even shocked. They like those fruitcakes really like those black women. They just be stunting. They just grifting.
He always took shots at women. A lot of his
he don't like y'all like that. Why would he a fucking fruitcake? Y'all competition. Why would he want to fuck with? Why would you want to fuck with y'all with your competition?
Around. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, yeah, you know, but yeah, so those fruitcakes always been around. Go look at that goddamn Fox Soul shit. That Fox Soul shit with that Claudia Jordan shit. They got that little TGIF bullshit or whatever the fuck case may be. She do that show with 2 motherfucking men, both of them fruitcakes. She's a feminut and she got 2 hosts, both of them black fruitcakes. Them motherfucking them fruitcakes been took over that guy. They been all up in that motherfucking feminut movement. Been all up in it. Now you got straight dudes done caught on though. Now you got the straight dudes done caught on and they trying to take over the feminut movement too. You know what I mean? You got a bunch of men all vibing, fruitcakes and straight men all vibing to try to, who's gonna be the motherfucking king or queen of the mountain, however you view that shit, to run the motherfucking feminut movement for all these women. This is crazy. This is insanity. These goddamn male feminists, these male feminists. Can I get on these male feminists real quick? These male feminists, these motherfuckers are worse than the female feminists. I have always had this, I have always stated this. I can back this up. These motherfuckers are worse than the female feminists because these motherfuckers know they full of shit. These motherfuckers are so disingenuous. It's so sad and pathetic listening to male feminists. It's laughable. It's like you gotta laugh because it's like, you gotta laugh because you know these motherfuckers are full of shit, right? I want y'all to hear how full of shit these motherfuckers is, right? Real quick, I got something for you. I got something for y'all, man. I got something for y'all. Now, mind you, what I'm about to play right now, I don't really fuck with this dude like that. This dude is like low-key racist as fuck, and he definitely be on some conspiratard shit. Y'all know how I feel about that conspiratard shit. He kind of perpetuates a lot of that dumb shit. So this ain't me provoking this weirdo or nothing like that, whatever. But this motherfucker was so on point when discussing this topic right here. This motherfucker, he nailed this shit. And I just want y'all to hear this shit real quick. So let's get into this. Joe Rogan, mind you, I don't fuck with him. But on this topic, I challenge a motherfucker to tell me he's wrong. So we about to listen to some Joe Rogan real quick. That you be thankful because you ain't gonna hear too much Joe Rogan on this goddamn channel. But anyway, let's listen to this real quick, family, and then we gonna laugh and joke about this. But real talk, family. Let's get these male feminists. Because these motherfuckers, if we on these feminists, we can't exclude these motherfuckers. These gender hustlers. Let's get on these gender hustling motherfuckers. Let's get into it real quick.
And then me.
Well, some of them like that, though. Like, if they're masochistic, they like the idea of their woman having sex with another guy.
Well, you didn't want to use the word cuck. I like how you went with masochistic.
Well, I mean, I guess that's the technical term, too. We can call them cucks.
Cuck is a compromised word, though, now, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a whole other stuff that comes with that.
Yeah, it gets squirrely. I thought it always meant that it always meant like cuckold, like you want to watch men have sex with your wife.
Yeah.
But then it got to where what is it? What is like?
So basically, like your beta male.
Beta male. But there's so many different versions of it now. It's become really freely tossed around like a beach ball at a concert. Just throwing cuck around these days.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine if that's what you're into. No judgment there. If someone's into being cuckolded.
Yeah, if that's what you're into. Good luck with that. Just okay, cuck, a man who is desperate for acceptance, approval, and affection from women. Oh, now it's different. This desperation has led to the compromise of his beliefs and values, the desecration of his dignity and self-worth, and his inability to stand up for himself. Does 4chan write this? And what he deserves as a human being. Example, loyalty, fidelity, and honesty in a romantic relationship. Okay, look at the example they gave. Hold on a second. I know John's always wanted a girlfriend, but since him and Mary started dating, he's become a cuck. She spends all of his money and flirts openly with other men. I can tell it bothers him, but he's so afraid of losing her that he doesn't say anything. That's a cuck.
Sounds like a male feminist also.
Ooh, I can't believe you went there. I don't. Yeah, that male feminist thing. I've known a few that were real creeps, that were fake creeps. You know, they're like on the side. They what they were doing was they're posturing as an alternative to these men who don't want monogamous relationships or would break the woman's heart or are not willing to compromise and bend to the will of the woman. Mm-hmm. And they put these women on a platform and worship these women, and I am the alternative, and I'm the powerful alternative, and these men are assholes. And then they try to shit on those men and take those. But all it does is make those men appear even more attractive to these women. Secretly, these men, these feminist men and these women have these weird relationships where it doesn't work, and they're never sexual, or if they are sexual, the women aren't really sexually attracted to them, so they withhold sex, and it gets super weird.
Yeah.
Obviously, I just generalized a lot about a giant group of people's relationships, but what I've seen, they don't run fast, they can't pick things up, they're not attractive, so they're little weasels. They're trying to find another way in.
Yeah. I mean, I think not all men who call themselves feminist are male feminists. So in that, I think men who ascribe to women being equal, that's a good thing.
Yes.
And I think a lot of guys will say, yeah, I'm feminist, because they think that's the right thing to do. That's the socially acceptable thing, and that's the way we should be. But then the ones who run around and say, you know, really, really push it and make that their identity and really sell themselves as male feminists, those are the guys I have an issue with. Because like you said, they're sneaky.
Yeah,
they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're not being honest.
Well, you could almost always tell, like you see them. They're a type. Mm-hmm. You know, they're an unattractive type. They're not attractive to women, and so they try to figure out a way. Mm-hmm. Like, how am I going to do this? What's going to be the way?
Yeah.
I got to figure out a way to stand out. This is the way. I'm going to just what do these women want to hear? They want to hear that. I'm going to say that.
Yeah.
Egalitarian's great, you know, someone who believes in equality is great. But as soon as you you're proclaiming yourself to be more interested in the opposite gender and more supportive of them than males, and even though you are a male,
that should be a red flag.
That's a giant red flag. You should be into humans. I like people. I like people. I like them gay. I like them straight. I like people. I like when they're nice. You're nice to me, I'm nice to you. That's what I like. I don't want you to get discriminated against in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But I don't want to pretend that one group's better than other groups, except Asians when it comes to Harvard.
The crazy thing is with these guys, though, you see there's been a trend where they actually have a lot to hide, and they usually are misogynistic, and they usually do abuse women, which is the scary thing.
I think what happens is there's a certain amount of resentment that from living this sort of like fake life and having these fake beliefs and doing so just to get the approval of women, you know, and then when it doesn't work out, there's anger and resentment and this just.
Or I think some guys put it on because it's a way of overcompensating for their own guilt.
Yeah, that's true too, probably. Yeah, there's probably a lot of different reasons why men become feminists, and very few of them are good. Unless they're just, their idea of what it means is different than my idea of what it means. My idea means, look at that little sneaky fuck. That's my idea. You know, because I've just seen so many of them.
Yeah.
It's like, look, I'm sure some bank robbers are really romantic, interesting poets who just decide this is a great way to make money. There's got to be one. You know, but most of them are fucking criminals, right? And this is like how I feel about male feminists. Like, I'm sure there's a bunch of them out there that are really good guys, and maybe through the influence of the people they've been around, they've chosen to identify as a male feminist, and this seems to be a good way to show that they support women. And even if they have to support women over men, look, women have been fucked over for so long, I'm more than willing to do that. And they do it with good intentions. That's entirely possible. But a lot of it are creepy little dudes that are trying to get laid, and they're not attractive to women. So they're trying to figure out a way to become attractive to women. And they don't have the confidence to just go, well, aren't we all equal? Aren't we all just all humans? Aren't we all different?
Or work on yourself to make yourself more attractive to women instead of deceiving them.
One of my all-time favorite tweets that I read was a guy saying, I'm not going to describe myself as a feminist until women tell me that I'm doing feminism correctly.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
Woo! He's like more feminist than regular feminists.
Yeah.
He's like so feminist.
Like 2,000 times.
Yeah, can't be a feminist until women tell me I'm a feminist. Mistress, please tell me. That dude's got a ball gag on right now. He's like tightening it down. He's putting himself in the shackles. But then there's women like that too. There's women that pretend to be one of the guys, like that girl.
Yeah.
There's always the one of the guys girl. Like,
people can sense it though.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think other guys can tell when a guy is not sincere about being a male feminist, and the same with girls can tell.
Oh yeah. You know the big red flag with girls? Girls who don't have girlfriends.
Mm.
They're just friends with guys. I get along with guys better. Yeah, I bet you do. I had a friend of mine who's dating a girl like that, and she all she had was male friends. I was like, dude, I'm like, get out now. Like, this is not going to work.
So tell me, what does that mean?
Girls don't like her.
Yeah.
Girls don't trust her. You can't find any girls.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I'm not saying you shouldn't have some guy friends, but all your friends are guys.
Yeah.
That's a red flag.
No, I would agree with that.
And any guy, you have a straight guy, and all his friends are girls.
Yeah, no.
What in the fuck is happening here?
Yeah.
Right? I just don't get along with guys. Guys are assholes. I don't like the way they talk about women. Oh, okay. All of them. All of them do.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Where are you hanging out, dude? You don't like any guys? Okay.
Yeah.
Seems weird.
So what did your friend do?
Oh, he got fucked around on?
Yeah.
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 She was fucking all those guys.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Of course. I mean, the writing's on the wall.
Mm.
Yeah, it was ugly too. The way it went down was like, whoa. But that's how it is. You know, I mean, like people are always trying to find their way in. Like, what's my way to get the most acceptance? My way to get the most happiness? My way, and I mean, it's fairly unrelated, but not necessarily to what we were talking about gender dysphoria, about some people choosing that as a path to get a lot of attention. I mean, I think there's many things that people do to get a lot of attention. There's
All right, family. Hey, there y'all go. There y'all go. See, he's spitting the same shit I've been spitting on this motherfucking channel. Same shit I've been spitting about these goddamn male feminists. Now, he only talked about one aspect of the feminist, right? What he was talking about was like them incel feminists, right? Male feminists. The incel ones, the ones who, you know, struggle to get, you know, struggle to get some girls' attention, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? You know, they struggle in that department. You know, they, for whatever reason, right? There's a whole wide array of reasons why they could be struggling. I don't want to go into all that, but they struggle. It's just, you know, for whatever reason. And these motherfuckers just think that's the easy way in, right? That's the easy way in. It's just you know, I'm just gonna kiss her ass, and bow down to her and worship her and kiss her feet and drink her bath water and tell her everything she says is correct. Never disagree with her, and just be her little lapdog. And just her wish is my command. You know, they just take the smooth sip route, right? Just sip it all the way the fuck up, right? Now these are the incel. I'm desperate for some pussy as, you know, motherfucking sips that, you know, they ain't got no, you know, that's their only way to try to get something. They try to friend zone their way into the pussy. Let's just call it what it is. Fuck it. We gonna get grown folk talk right now. Grown folk out. They try to friend zone they way into the pussy. I done did streams talking about this. Trying to help the brothers out. You know, telling them like, yo, don't do the friend zone thing. That simp ass shit ain't gonna work. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, you know, motherfuckers sit there try to play the friend role. You know, they'll try to, you know, be all friendly, you know, be the shoulder that the girl can cry on, the you know, the friend that she don't ever have to fuck, but she get the call and just chew his ear off every time she has an issue or something, and he's just the understanding male friend that she can always talk to and everything else, and she brags to her friend that she got a male friend that she never fucked, that's just there for her all the time, and he's the best guy ever, and maybe one of her friends should think about dating him, and then they look at him like, fuck no, I ain't date that motherfucker, you date him. Y'all know the motherfuckers I'm talking about. Stop me when I'm lying. Stop me when I'm lying. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. These motherfuckers sit there, they try to friend zone their way into the coochie, and it never happens. It might happen. It might happen like 17 years later. Catch the girl on a good night. She be drunk as fuck one night, you know, fresh off a breakup. You know what I mean? Pissed off and, you know, looking to get back, you're looking for some get back or whatever. You just in the right place at the right time, and you just accidentally, you know, stumble into the pussy and shit. Like, you know, but it had nothing to do with the 17 years worth of ear chewing you had to deal with. It had nothing to do with that. No, it just had to do with you just being in the right place at the right time, and you just stumbled into it. Like, but I'm just saying, y'all know what I'm talking about. You know, but he only addressed those type of sips, right? He only addressed those type of male feminists. You know what I mean? Because those motherfuckers is they are paid in the ass too. But he ain't addressed the other motherfucking male feminists. He didn't address the other motherfuckers. You know what I mean? It's because yeah, you know the womanizing ass motherfucking male feminists, right? The motherfucker who knows he's trying to. He's doing it for he wants something from the women too. They all want something from the women, right? But that motherfucker, you got the other motherfuckers. They ain't necessarily struggling necessarily per se, and maybe getting with women or whatever the case may be. But they want something more than just that, right? It's deeper than just the coochie with them, right? They probably want those car keys for the weekend, right? They probably want that couch to lay up on and shit, right? You know what I mean? You know, they you know what I mean? You got something else other than coochie that they want, right? So they gonna go ahead and male feminine it up so they can get in real good with you. You know what I mean? Literally and figuratively, get in real good with you. You know what I mean? And then they can get, because they womanizers. They womanizers. You know what I mean? They see y'all motherfuckers as a fresh plate. They see you motherfuckers as a fresh plate of jokes. And they try to figure out how they can motherfucking rob you without a gun. What's the best way to do that? Talk your motherfucking shit, talk the panties off. Talk the panties off by playing the unicorn role. You know, I'm gonna be the unicorn. Because you know the incel can't be the unicorn. Because the incel can't do that. Because he's struggling. Right? So you know the incel male feminine, that motherfucker, he's struggling, so he can't be the unicorn, right? Everybody know what's going on with him. Right? He trying to friend zone his way into some coochie. He on some other shit. But then you got the other motherfuckers who's the unicorn. That motherfucker, you know what I mean? He know exactly what the fuck he doing. He just I'm gonna get these birds. I'm gonna get them for everything they got. You know what I mean? That's how he approaching it, right? But he doing it under the guise that he's this male, feminine, caring, sympathetic, I'm in touch with my female side as metrosexual fuck shit. You know what I mean? You know, we see this shit all the time, man. We see this shit all the time, bruh. Online, offline. This ain't like these type of motherfuckers that we speaking of, this male feminine shit, this is not just an online problem. I don't want people to misconstrue this. No, this shit exists in real life. Like, I knew motherfuckers like this before I even knew what the fuck a male feminist was. I knew motherfuckers who moved like this, right? We just called it different shit, right? We just had different labels for it, but these motherfuckers have existed since the dawn of time. So you gotta watch these motherfuckers, man. Men and women. Men and women, you gotta watch these male feminists, because these are some disingenuous motherfuckers. Male feminists are the most disingenuous motherfuckers on the fucking planet. Disingenuous as shit. Don't trust none of them. Don't believe them. Don't trust them. They will lie to you. They are showing you right there in your face that they will lie to you. They have no issues lying to you. So why would you ever think that this motherfucker right here would ever have your best interest at heart? This is a disingenuous motherfucker. He's a male feminine. That's an oxymoron. That don't even make sense. It don't make sense for black women to be a feminine. It makes even less sense for a black man to do it. So yeah, them motherfuckers is up to something. Any male feminine y'all see, that motherfucker is up to something. He trying to get something out of you. If it ain't your coochie, it's something else. He's trying to get something out of you. Believe that. Cause you can't. You heard what Joe Rogan just said. You heard what Joe Rogan said. He was on point. These motherfuckers are scumbags. These motherfuckers are scumbags. Listen, it's not by accident that a whole bunch of different men from different races and different parts of the fucking country is all saying the same thing about this same type of motherfucker. This shit is not by accident. But y'all ain't gotta believe me. Keep chasing your unicorns. And this is what you're going to end up with. So I'll pass the mic to Renee.
Yeah. I totally agree. And I'm not a fan of Old Boy, but a lot of what he was saying on there was definitely true. You see that with a lot of women. You see it with a lot of men. The whole thing about the man who, like, the feminist type and everything a woman does is no, I'm good on them types. Like, you would never see me like really, really cool with them type of people, because that's just fake and phony to me. Like, usually it's some kind of ulterior motive there. Let's keep it a buck. Some of them are the most, like, for lack of better term, savage type dudes you can find. They some of the most savage ones, because they will come in like they're so meek and mild and it's all about women. And they some of the dirtiest ones, if you want to put it like that. And also it's like, I think men or women want to feel like they earn something. So if you automatically coming in the gate with a woman like, oh yes, everything you say is right and exact, and all women, this and that. If they come over there, you're like, nah, because that doesn't seem genuine. You don't seem like that's based around me and who I am. You just think that kind of seems like game. And some of them think that, by doing that, they will get somewhere with that particular woman. But most women don't really get down like that. Most women who don't like around those guys, they kind of use them or, whatever, because they're not really interested in that. I think most people want somebody, male or female, want somebody who can, have a backbone, have their own thoughts, have their own mind. That doesn't mean combative and all that other stuff, but it just means that person has their own mind and identity. And they're not trying to craft everything around you or trying to appease you because you're a woman or because you're a man. I've seen it with a lot of women on this platform. I've seen it with a lot of women who do the pandering thing to the men. And they supposed to seem like one of the ones that get it. Like, she gets it. Like, she gets men. She understands, you know, what these other women don't get it. She's telling the truth on these women and all that. And it's like, yeah, is she really? You know, that's game too. A lot of people don't understand that's game too. And a lot of those women, I'm going to keep it a bug, like, those don't really even be the women that the dudes really like. You know what I'm saying? Those are not the women that most of them dudes are really even attracted to for real. And unless they already got a man or something like that, then that's one thing. But for the women who are single and they running up under men and you know, vouching for everything on men, everything men do is right and exact, most of the time the men don't even want that woman. Like, let's just keep that above. So anyway, and that's a red flag for sure. Like, you'll hear women that say, I don't hang with girls, I don't hang with women. It's like, whenever I hear women say that, I'm like, girl, get the hell out of here. Because you be trying to get it popping on the low. See, those are the chicks that'll be like, oh, that's my play brother. That's my play cousin. Oh, that's my homeboy. Oh, that's this. Yeah. And they really be, you know what I'm saying, into some other things. And see, those are the women too. You got to be careful. Like, if you give it a man and he's like, oh, this girl, you know, this girl is one of his close friends. It's like, oh, really? Nah, I'm good on that. If a man got a super close woman as his friend, nah, I usually don't trust that. That's my opinion. Do what y'all do. You know what I'm saying? But for me, that's a red flag right there.
Comment real quick. Oh, you done? Were you done?
Huh?
Were you done or you still going?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to respond to a comment real quick. The lady said that's not true. Black men want submissive, subservient women. Nah, Lane. That's not true. That's not true. Don't listen to those dudes. Those dudes that talking that shit, they lying. Mm-hmm. They're lying. They are lying. That is not, they do not want whatever you like. They do not want the coming to America chick. They do not want whatever you like. You barking like a dog, hopping on one leg. They do not want that. They are lying. Mm-hmm. When men say this, they are being misinterpreted, right? No man wants a wishy-washy ass woman that's going to bow down to every fucking thing he says. That is boring. A man will be bored to fucking tears if he had a woman that did that. He would cheat all on it, everything. Like, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. Dudes they don't want that. You know what dudes want? Dudes just don't want to be nagged. They just don't want to be nagged. They don't want to be nagged about shit. They just don't want to be nagged and fussed at and shit like that. So when they say submissive, what they mean is they just would like for women to leave them the fuck alone sometimes and not be so naggy. That's what they're trying to say, but it's coming across with submissive shit because they don't really want submission. That's bullshit.
Hell no, that's a lie.
Yeah, that's a motherfucking lie. They don't want to nag. I will say that they don't want nobody's going to nag them and be annoyed.
What they want is a woman who gonna do what they want her to do when they want her to do it. However, not in a way that's just over the top submissive and this and this and this. Like, if they say go left, then they want you to be like, okay. But they don't want you to be like, yes, sir. Yes, anything you want. Yes, absolutely not. And they do want a woman that can challenge them sometimes, that can push back. When I see men
they don't want to be overly challenged. They don't want to be
overly challenged. Exactly. Right. It's like there's gotta be a balance there. So they say that because you'll hear these men say this stuff like, all you supposed to do with a man is F him, feed him, and leave him alone. That type of dumb crap. That's not true. They want those things. However, you know, they still want some life there that for you to have your own mind, your own opinion, and things like that. However, when they're ready to cut the conversation off, they want to cut it off. They don't want you to, like Psycho said, quote unquote, nag them. Which nagging to a lot of men means nothing more than telling him where he went wrong on something. Let's keep that a buck too. Because sometimes you just like, okay, well, this is that. Man, why are you nagging? Huh? I literally just told you, like, so it's kind of like a balance. But those men don't directly mean they want this subservient.
Yeah, they just talking. They just throwing words out there. They're just throwing words out there because that's not really what they want. It's a lie. If they think that's what they want, if they ever got it, they'll realize that's not really what they want, because they'll miss that pushback they used to get from the other girls, and they'll go out eventually seeking that. So, like, no, they don't want no submissive girls. That's bullshit. Either they lying, or they don't know how to articulate themselves, or they don't really know what it is they want. Because I'm telling you, they don't want that shit. They don't.
Because I'm sorry, but in my opinion, a lot of men, a lot of black men, they want a woman that know how to talk a little slick. Okay? They want a woman that know how to talk a little slick, but a little slick. Okay? Not a lot. A little.
Right. No, they don't want nobody going to disrespect them. Don't get me wrong, no shit like that. Like, well, some dudes do. Some do. Let me get this part clear. You do have some dudes that like being doormats. You have these little beta, omega dudes. I don't even want to call them betas because they really omega dudes that like to be doormats. You have some dudes that like to be verbally abused and like to be walked all over. So you do have those dudes, but those dudes, they don't want a submissive person either. So they still don't fall into the category of wanting a submissive person. They are the submissive motherfucker, right? They very submissive, overly submissive, like, to their woman, like, and they want to be a doormat, like and that's why some of these motherfuckers will go after certain women that you might be like, who the fuck would fuck with her? Like, who would deal with all that? Like, I could never deal with no chick like that. Like, a chick like that, like, I would never be able to. How could anybody deal with something like that? These are the type of dudes that deal with this type of women. These are these motherfuckers who like to be doormats. They appreciate being bashed on. They appreciate the verbal abuse. They deem that as some type of love. That's why you can see some of these dudes who can sit in these misogynist spaces for hours upon hours, listening to black women talk all kinds of shit to them right in their fucking face, and they sit back laughing and chuckling and joking with them like it's all funny, because they love the verbal abuse. They like being doormats. They like being doormats. They love it. They love it.
And let me also say, those dudes that want that subservient woman, those are some of the men that it's easiest to play them. Because a lot of people don't understand that being super subservient or submissive, that's game too. People think of game like in one direction, like, oh, she's just telling him, well, you better do this, and I'm better, and you better buy me this, you better do this and that. But it's also other types of game. And so you have women that are intentionally submissive, intentionally, oh yes, oh yes, because that's game for them, and they're getting something out of the deal as well. Like when you look at perhaps some men who have some money or a good amount of money, you will see women that get with them who do that, who play that whole game. Because those men might be looking for that in that instance. But let's also be clear, those men will also go cheat with another woman who's not on that submissive stuff. They'll go cheat with the sassier woman on the side, you know what I'm saying? But then he might be with the other woman for real, right? But a lot of those women who play that game, or then it could be the opposite. The wife could be hella sassy, but he's going out with this other woman that just fawns all over him. Oh yes, whatever you say. But that's game too. Like, it's different types of game out here. But I think in general, average black man does not want some super submissive woman. I think that's just a way that, especially a lot of the manosphere men, that's a way that they have, something they've used to just try to attack black women in general. Because in general, black women are pretty opinionated. We're pretty outspoken. We're pretty, we could be a little sassy with it. So therefore, they was using the whole submissive thing just to attack black women, because that's not really truly what they want. And again, if they want, it is some who are down with that. That's why they get sex dolls and weird stuff like that. Because they'll have a relationship with a damn doll that's not living and breathing, some sick person. So there are some people like that, but in general, no, that's BS. That's BS.
Yeah, exactly.
Because men keeping it a buck. Men want you to have it. I feel like this is just my opinion. I'm not saying nothing about nothing. Like, everybody's a relationship expert these days. And so I just want to make that clear. This is just my own opinion. But men, like, you know, like we were saying earlier, they just don't want women to nag. Nag meaning call them on their BS. You can call them on some of their BS, but not too much. And they want you to also have your own opinion, but not too much. Right? You got to have boundaries, because you have your opinion, but don't let it violate my opinion too much. Then that's a problem. You feel me? So it's like, that's what a lot of these guys, I feel like that's what they really need. Yeah. You just kind of got to be able to stay in the middle, like the middle ground.
Yeah, that's mainly what dudes are saying for the most part. That's mainly what dudes are saying. They're not saying they really want submissive women. I never take dudes serious when they talk that dumb shit. It's a lie. I know me personally, I couldn't do it. And I don't know no dude who could do it. Most of the women based on the dudes that I know, most of the women that they deal with, men don't want no fucking submissive wives. It's bullshit. It's just bullshit. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers want a woman with an opinion. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers be bored, man. This ain't no motherfucking fun. But Negroes like to hate fuck too much. They have to want submissive wives. Are you shitting me? Can we keep it a buck, family? Can we keep it a buck? Negroes like to hate fuck too much to have a submissive wife. You got a submissive, subservient wife, ain't gonna be no hate fucking. Any hate fucking y'all do is gonna be role playing. Any hate fucking you and your submissive, subversive wife does, that shit is just gonna be role playing. That shit ain't gonna be real. That shit gonna be pseudo. I'm gonna have some pseudo hate fucking, man. Negroes like hate fucking too much, man. Ain't nobody gonna be trying to do no pseudo ass hate fucking. That ain't no fun. Negroes don't want no submissive wife. The Negroes lying. Let's just keep it at that. They lying. Don't believe them, family. Don't believe them.
Because look at the women that a lot of men support. Or not even, let me not say support, but give attention to. That's better. Look at the women a lot of men give attention to. Most of those are not these subservient, these submissive women that they talking about. No. Nope.
Yeah, don't believe them, family. Don't believe them.
And some men feel like they want to. Some men feel like they want to tame, the outspoken woman. You know what I'm saying? That's why some men they want this woman who's already submissive. No, some men want to tame a woman and make her submissive. Or like, she was like this, but when she got with me, you know what I'm saying, this, that, and the other. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, big babies. I agree with that.
Men become big babies when y'all don't cook. Yeah, man, I mean, shit. Yeah. I can't argue that. Amongst other things, there's a couple other things we might become babies about, but yeah, the cooking is high on the list. Cooking is definitely high on the list. Mm-hmm. You ain't stopped at Burger King and nothing, Little Caesars, nothing, motherfucker. God damn, I'm hungry as hell.
You can cook.
Yeah, I know I can cook. I cook better than you. Ain't that usually the case, fellas? Ain't that usually the case? We always want them to cook even though we cook better than them. We cook better than them, but yet we always want them to cook this shit. Ain't that about a bitch? We some lazy motherfuckers, boy. We some lazy motherfuckers. We gotta be lazy because I swear most men cook better than women. I'm gonna go ahead and keep it a buck. We cook better.
I don't know about that. I agree. Now you mean like grilling or something like that?
Yeah, that too.
It might be different, but like going in there and throwing down.
Y'all bake better than men. I'll give you that. Y'all got the bake. Y'all bake better than men. But if you talking about the stove and the grill, oh no, men got that. You talking about the stove and the grill? I'll give y'all the oven. Y'all cook better than the oven than us. Y'all better oven cookers. But you give us a grill and a stove top, man. Listen, we'll whoop some shit up. You crazy?
No thing. Y'all be sitting up there making something like that dude on Ugh.
What happened?
I said y'all will be sitting up there making something like the dude off of Juice.
Like what? Juice? I mean, we could. We done it.
Men will be like, go and eat. See, it's good. See, like, nah. Because see, women like to eat with our eyes. Women like to eat with our eyes and our mouth. So women want it to look good. And
yeah, y'all better at that too. Yeah, y'all better. Yeah, y'all design. Yeah, y'all care more about presentation than men. I'll give you that. Y'all presentation is better than men. Y'all make it look fancy and all that shit. Y'all do the little designs with the, and then y'all put it in special containers so y'all can make the little lines and zigzags and all that shit and everything. Men ain't doing all that shit. Men gonna whip it up, make that shit taste good as hell. We just gonna slap that shit on the fucking plate. There you go, motherfucker. That shit good as fuck.
No, and y'all ain't just putting a bunch of stuff in it like cheese and a bunch of stuff like that.
Yeah, that shit. Well, hell yeah.
So you gotta season it. You gotta use proper ingredients. And you gotta make the appetizing. It gotta taste good. It gotta taste good and be appetizing to the
your own ingredients in there. You gotta. Come on, man. You got what we do. You gotta put our own flavor on that shit. Literally.
Not the best
flavor on that shit, man.
Now the best chefs ain't me. The best chef is the everyday mama and grandma who was in the kitchen. Who was in the kitchen? Who you think
taught those brothers? Exactly. Who you think taught those brothers? Grandma taught us.
So then who was the best? So then the woman was the best.
What happened?
So then who was the best? The woman. She taught them.
Nah, because we put our own flavor on shit though. But we put our own flavor on it. Grandma taught us the basics. She gave us some good shit, but we had to throw some extra shit up in here. We had to get our own secret ingredients over here. We had to throw some, we had to, you know what I mean? We had to put our own shit on it, on spin.
We did a bunch of cheese and like some other little stuff like that. You gotta, and then y'all don't know.
It's more than just cheese. It's the placement of the cheese, because cheese melts a certain type of way. So you gotta know when's the proper time to lay it on, or whether or not you want to cook it inside something. And again, that's when you start messing with ovens and everything else. Like I said, y'all better with the ovens and shit. I'll give you that. Y'all better with oven cookers than us. Y'all bake better than us and shit. But but still, I know how to bake too, motherfucker. Man, listen, stop playing with me, yo. Stop playing with me, man. Listen, I'll make you a hamburger better than McDonald's.
Nah, I'm cool. On the white Wonder Bread, I'm cool.
I'll make you a hamburger better than McDonald's. I ain't bullshit.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, all right. Tell you.
I mean, no, that's probably true, because McDonald's. So yeah, you're right on that one. I agree with that.
I make the best house burgers on the planet. You crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I ain't bullshit. I'm telling you. Sleep on me.
Whatever.
I cook my ass off. But for the record, take this back around full circle. For the record, I can cook my ass off, but I hate fucking cooking, and I don't like to do it. I don't like to cook. I can cook. I can cook my ass off, but I don't like to do it. I'm lazy.
No, ain't bad.
Yeah, I don't like to cook.
Y'all lazy.
Keep it a buck. I don't like to cook.
Am I right?
when I do cook, I keep it simple and everything else. The only time I do it up is unless I'm cooking for other people and shit like that or whatever. If I'm just cooking for me, I just keep it basic because I'm lazy.
But see, like, you know how men now, y'all taking shots. I see Aaron and Pookie, y'all taking shots and everything, and Psycho about how like the presentation or whatnot. But ladies, tell me if I'm wrong or right. If you cook something for a man, you better not just have something slopped on the plate and give it to him. See, that's when he gonna complain. But if he cook it, right, and he slop it on the plate and just have it, he be like, what is this? Like, oh, what is good? I made this. But if you cook it and you present it to him like that, then it's gonna be like, damn, you just slopped this on the plate. Damn, you didn't slop it on the plate. You could have like did this and that. See, it all depends on who's doing it. And Rozzy, you should not use no seasonings for burgers except salt and pepper.
What?
Yes.
Talking about. This is what I mean, fellas. You heard that, right? You mean? You sound crazy.
For what?
You mean for what?
On burgers, you don't use seasonings but salt and pepper. You don't put all of that other. I'm telling you, it
why
will
my
change
burgers
your
taste better. That's why my burgers taste better than yours.
It,
You know what I mean, fellas? You know what I mean, fellas? That's why my burgers would taste better than hers. That's why I make her burger. That's why I make my burgers better than McDonald's.
See, this is
That's
what
why
I
my
mean
burgers
about
taste better
men.
than McDonald's.
Wait, this is what I mean about men, right? This is what I mean about men. They will make meatloaf and then make that a burger. No, that's meatloaf. When you put in all the onion powder, garlic powder, let me finish. Powder, garlic powder, onions and bell peppers, other seasonings and spices, and with ground beef. You're making a meatloaf or Salisbury steak. If you're making a burger, you need salt and pepper. That's a hamburger because you're trying to taste the flavor of the meat. When you're making a meatloaf, you're trying to bring out different.
And this is why her burgers don't taste better than McDonald's. This is why her burgers don't taste better than McDonald's and mine do.
This is something black people been doing wrong a long time. Is when it comes to their burgers, putting all of this onion powder, garlic powder, all the shit. I'm telling y'all to try. You don't have to believe me. I'm gonna challenge y'all to do this. Make a burger one day with salt. Get you some good quality salt and pepper with just whatever type of ground beef you like whatever percentages. 80-20 is the best. Use 80-20 ground beef. Put salt and pepper in and make a burger. And then make a burger with onion powder, garlic powder, all these other spices in it. And tell me which one tastes best. So y'all gonna be like, damn, you was right. You gonna be like, you was right. Oh, please do it. Please do it.
All the fellas were totally. We could do a blind taste test. We could do a blind taste test. All the fellas would pick my motherfucking burgers. I promise you.
They would not.
And most of the girls. Exactly.
And I'm like, it's salt and pepper in the burger. That's what you do. That's why you get the real burger flavor. You're not getting all of these other tastes. You're getting the real flavor of the meat. That's what you're eating a burger.
I make you a burger better than McDonald's.
And y'all don't know. Y'all just
whatever.
Y'all can find many a black chef, extremely talented chefs who will tell you the same thing. No, on a burger, you use salt and pepper. If you're making meatloaf, you're making a steak, something like that, you use a lot of different spices within that. But to making a quality
lazy ass burger you're talking about right there. That burger don't even sound like that burger. Renee, that burger don't even sound like it got no care to it. You ain't get that burger no care. You ain't get that burger no attention, no care, no nothing. That burger is feeling some type of way over there. That burger is sitting. That burger is in the pot. That burger, in the pan. That burger is in the pan, feeling some type of way. Because you ain't giving no care, no attention. You didn't treat it fairly or anything. Like you just abused that motherfucking burger like a goddamn stepchild. That's wrong what you did to that burger, Renee. Don't be doing that.
Now, Rashid is right. If you're making something like a turkey burger, then you can apply more spices to it because you're not using beef. You're using, poultry, and you want to get that more flavor. But in terms of using beef and making a beef burger, salt and pepper, I'm trying to tell y'all, season it well with salt and pepper. And see, with black folks, we love seasoning, and I love seasoning. My food is well seasoned, but my burgers are well seasoned with salt and pepper. But let me tell y'all this: when you keep using all these things, seasonings and everything, you making everything taste the same. Some foods you want to play up more different flavors than others. So that's why in a meatloaf, you will put in Worcestershire sauce, you will put in all your different seasonings and spices and garlic powder and garlic, the garlic paste and onion powder. And you would do all of that, bell peppers, onions. You would make that because that's going to have a certain distinct taste as a meatloaf. But again, if you're making a burger, just need salt and pepper, guys. Y'all think I'm lying? Y'all don't believe me, but it's fact. It's fact. Dina said welfare burgers have too much seasoning. Okay. They done got used to 30, 40 years eating a damn burger with every spice in the cabinet that they don't realize. And then when they eat a burger with pepper and stuff, they're gonna be like, damn, this mug tastes good. Damn, I can really taste the flavor and the meat. This smack. This smack. Watch.
My burgers taste better than McDonald's. You try to make McDonald's burgers. That's what
You eating the
McDonald's
meatloaf.
do. I make burgers better than McDonald's.
You eating the meatloaf.
Mm-hmm. I'm not
You
eating meatloaf.
Meatloaf patty.
I eat meatloaf.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Dina. Thank you, the sexual intellectual. Listen. Thank you to y'all sisters.
There we go. There we go. We getting jumped, fellas. We getting jumped. See, there we go.
One came out of her nap. Okay. See, these men, they want to put the same just dump seasoning on everything. All the same. That don't
make shit taste better. What are you talking about? That's flavor. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't want no. I need flavor. I can't be having no motherfucking.
That's the point. You're gonna have the burger. You're gonna have the.
That's it. That's a lazy ass burger.
No, you're going to have the burger flavor. You're going to have the beef flavor, and you're going to have flavor from.
Still gonna have my beef flavor.
You're overly spicing.
Who said anything about overly spicing? I didn't say I was going to dump a pound of fucking curry on my shit. I've been saying like it's got to have some flavor on that shit though. I'm saying though that shit. I need more than salt and pepper.
You don't need all those spices.
I shit needs some spices. That make my burger special. Crazy. But I don't put those spices on my shit. My burger ain't special. It's just a regular old McDonald's burger. I don't want no McDonald's burger. I want a burger better than McDonald's. If I'm making my burger better than McDonald's, I need my special seasoning on my shit, and that's what make my burger special. And if I don't put my special seasoning on my shit, then it ain't a psycho burger. And people gonna be like, "What the fuck happened to your burgers? Your shit used to be banging back in the day. This shit tastes lazy.
Y'all
lazy as fuck making this shit. Why the fuck is your lazy making burgers now? What happened, bro? You used to be more energetic in your burger making. Now you making these lazy ass burgers. They ain't got no seasoning. What the fuck is this? I could have went to McDonald's.
Because y'all get stuck on doing the same thing over and over and not saying, you know what? Let me try and see if this is really true. Like, let me see how this burger really tastes if I just use salt and pepper. And then be like, damn, I'm telling you, you gonna be like, she was right. I'm telling y'all. But see, y'all so stuck in what y'all always have done, because I used to do that too. I learned this as well. Like, I used to always think that you put all that stuff in the burger, like you put in garlic powder, onion powder, this and that. I used to think that. And then when I found out, I was like, let me see. I tried this out like about 10 years ago or something. And I was like, let me see, because that's how I grew up in my family. That's how we did it. Like, that's when my mama cooked burgers. My daddy cooked burgers. They put in all the different spices like every black person. Seasoning, salt, Don't even use. You don't even need Lawry's. Use regular salt, but they'll put in or whatever type of salt you like. But seasoning salt, you don't necessarily want to do that because it has other seasonings in it, and you want to keep it simple. But like I grew up with that, like the meatloaf type burgers. You feel me? Like so, I know where y'all coming from. However, when you know better, you do better. And once I later learned that, and I found out, you don't need to put, and you should not put all that stuff in that burger, and your burger's gonna be banging. Then it's like, oh, okay, now I see. This means the burger is an agent. Oh, y'all stupid.
My motherfucking burger is I'm still gonna make my motherfucking burgers the way I make my burgers. Okay. I'm stubborn. That's
Why
right.
not try it one time? Why not try it one time? Why not try it? I mean, it's a burger seasoned with salt and pepper. What's gonna kill you? Why not try it and then put your little cheese and your on it and see how you like it?
I'm wasting ground beef because I'm wasting ground beef trying it like that. I'm wasting ground beef.
You still gonna eat it. Why wouldn't you eat a burger with salt and pepper just because it don't have?
I wouldn't eat it, but I'm not going to enjoy it as much as I enjoy it if I made it my way.
You haven't had it, but you haven't had it though. That's the point. Stop getting stuck in stuff. Why are you getting stuck in just?
All right, listen, Renee, you're nagging, Renee, you're nagging right now, Renee. You're nagging. You're not being submissive. You're not being submissive right now. You're nagging. It's that stuff people be talking about. You're supposed to be submissive.
I told y'all.
Now you know I'm supposed to get the final word. God damn it! Now I say if you making me a hamburger, God damn it, I want some motherfucking spices up in that shit. And I ain't talking about your salt and pepper lazy burger. I want some love on that motherfucker. I want you to make sex to that burger. That's what I want you to do. I want you to make hot, passionate love to that motherfucking burger. And I want it on a motherfucking slat between some buns after you made love to it.
Okay, so I'm gonna make you a meatloaf burger. Okay.
If that's what you want to call it, you can call it whatever you want. As long as it tastes good going down, I don't care. You can call it whatever you want to call it. Call it. I don't know. Call it the Renee burger. Whatever you want to call it.
That's a psycho burger.
The legit burger. The burger will be legit. Then your burgers will be legit. There you go. The legit burger.
No.
Legit burger.
The legit burger.
You can market that shit.
The legit burger got salt. Y'all, if I cook Psycho a burger, my style, that burger will be fire. He'd be like, dang, this was good. That burger was good as hell. Yeah, damn, that was good. Make me another burger. And I'm like, oh, I just put this and that in there, right? What? Yeah. Salt and pepper.
It ain't gonna be better than it wouldn't be better than my burger.
Whatever you like. Whatever you like. Meatloaf burger? Is that what you like? I mean, you y'all are so silly. But yeah,
we've been on for a minute.
Thank you to my ladies for backing me up. Thank you to my brother D.A.B.A.T.E, people who can understand. You feel me?
Yeah, man.
And, you know what I'm saying? You don't season everything the same, but it is what it is. I understand the hood burger. Okay, I get it. I used to eat them too. I used to eat them too.
Yeah, we've been on for a minute. We hitting the 4 hour mark. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, you got something you want to say before we get out of here? We done tackled a lot of stuff tonight. We really did. I'm glad we got to touch this topic though. Is getting back to the original thing. I'm glad we touched on this topic because this is very, very important that we touch on this because a lot of people have surface level knowledge of feminism and womanism, and most people never even heard of fucking Africana womanism that even know that exists. A lot of people hold these positions of Africana womanism they didn't know it actually had a label. They just didn't know it actually had a title. But but that Once a lot of black women hear what that's all about, they're going to feel like, you know, they're going to feel a connection with it, because they're going to feel like that is actually speaking to them more so than what black feminist bullshit propaganda is motherfucking spitting, which ain't nothing but white Becky feminism in blackface. Y'all, like, black feminism is the gateway to coonery. Just look at the history books. Look at the records. Black feminism is the gateway to coonery. Look what it did to Angela Davis. Look no further than that. If you need an example, feminism is the gateway to coonery. So yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Renee. You want to say anything before we get out of here?
You on point. We covered a lot of things tonight. So, but I appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out with us and everything. And we up in here acting crazy over some damn burgers, and if you want a meatloaf sandwich or a damn meatball burger. But but yeah, we hit on a lot of things. So you know, I think that the Africana womanism is definitely more so what I can get with. And I think that for Black people, I think a major point of tonight was we have to define ourselves for ourselves. We have to define our own movement. Stop trying to take other people's stuff and slap Black on it, and then think that that's supposed to, you know, encompass us. Think that's supposed to speak for us. I think most people, you know, besides these extremist people out here, but most people definitely want Black men and Black women to work together. They want the betterment of the Black community, of the Black family, and all of the above. So, this is something we've been wanting to talk about. So I'm glad we got a chance to kind of break it down tonight. But I thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all.
Definitely. And yeah, family. Oh, real quick. My bad, New. Shout out to New. Appreciate the Cash App. I caught that late. My fault. I was zoning out with the show. Wasn't paying attention to my phone. But yeah, shout out to you. And family. As always, if you haven't already, please do me a favor. Please click like, share, and subscribe. It's very important that you click like. It gets us in the algorithm. It's also important that you share. Lets people know we breathing. And it's also important that you subscribe. And after you subscribe, family, please don't forget to hit that notification bell. Very important to hit that notification bell. Because if you do, you'll be here bright and early. Don't get to miss none of the show. Be a part of the notification game. You know what I mean? And sometimes that's the only way you can find us too. YouTube be tripping. But yeah, hit that notification bell, family. And to my haters out there, you already know what it is. It's about that time. If you had any issues with anything that was said tonight, by all means, I embrace these motherfuckers. Please express yourself now by please clicking dislike. You should still share this motherfucker though. Let's get this information out. But then you might want to think about unsubscribing. Right? Because if you had any issues with anything motherfuckers said up on here tonight, I already know you ain't on none of these motherfuckers right here. And guess what? You're going to hear some more of the shit you heard tonight again later. Right? Because that's just what the fuck it is. And family, please consider becoming a Patreon. If you do, you have access to any stream I do, whether I keep it up or whether I take it down. You also have access to exclusive content that I have on there. And you also, I have no limits on there. Whatever you feel like the channel's worth, that's what you donate. All donations given does go towards the production of the show. As always, shout out to all my Patreon out there. I appreciate all y'all. And family, Please follow me on Twitter and the Gram and at Clubhouse at SYKOPATHeist, spelled the same way as the channel. And family, please subscribe to all our channels. This is also very important. You know what I mean? Because as y'all know, sometimes we got a channel hop, and if we do, you want to stay on top of everything we do. So yeah, family, please go to the description, hit all those links, and then hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell as well. And yeah, family, if you out there and you're looking for any graphics, artwork designs, or logos, please consider hitting up our sister Renee at Renee Black Graphics at Facebook. Also, family, if you out there and you're looking for any t-shirts, hoodies, coffee mugs, all custom designs, please consider hitting up her store as well. All these links, just like all the other links, will be in the description as always. And yeah, family, today's Tuesday. We won't be on tomorrow. I'm not sure about Thursday. If we don't come on Thursday, I will see y'all on Saturday morning on the Wake and Bake. So, you know, again, hit the notification bell so y'all can be notified if we do have to go live on Thursday. So, yeah, y'all already know about that. And, yeah, family, as always, you know what I mean? I want to shout out everybody that came through. I appreciate all y'all out in the live chat. You know what I mean? Shout out to my D. Shout out to everybody else that came through. And shout out to everybody out in the clouds that was just listening and being nosy. I want to give a peace and black power to all y'all. I'll black it your boy and your girl. We out.
Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die.
Yeah.
Battle any, I accept.
Yep.
They are fine.
Yep.
Gonna go
Let's go.